Welcome back to Road Atlanta, everybody. Good afternoon. Ralph Shaheen with you on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in the North Georgia Hills near Brazelton, Georgia, just down the road. And we are getting ready for our International GT Endurance race here today. A lot of activity down on the grid area right now, so let's go ahead and head right down there to my good buddy Ben Sissel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour here on the grid for International GT. As soon as I start talking, everybody scatters. Like, uh-oh, something's going on down here. The first thing going on down here, check out this beautiful Audi R8 running the exhibition class with Ski Motorsports. First, I want to talk to somebody from Ski, because come here. I've heard rumors that Ski stands for Spending Kids Inheritance. Is that true?
That is correct. Hello, everyone. Yes, it is true, and it's a lovely couple, Kent and Melissa Haase, on the team.
Perfect. I love it. See, Spending Kids Inheritance, because International GT is supposed to be fun. I was just speaking to the driver, the legend Memo Gidley here in the exhibition class. In IGT, it's supposed to be fun. Are you having fun?
I think racing in general is supposed to be fun. I mean, that's why we're out here doing it. And this group and IGT, they're just, I'm in the driver's meeting, I knew nobody, and but now I knew a few, and everybody's just having a great time out there.
Now, a lot of pressure because Andy Pilgrim has done a season with them and did really well, won almost every race. Johnny O'Connell does really well with them. So is there a little extra pressure?
Yeah, I mean, Kent and Melissa at Ski Autosports, they bring out the legends, I guess, and so it makes me feel small because those guys like Johnny and Andy Pilgrim, they've won a lot of races, you know, for sure. But, no, there's no pressure. That's what I keep getting told. But, yeah, there's always pressure to win because we love doing it. So.
Nice. I love it. Well, welcome. I hope you have fun with International GT and Ski Autosports. Then, starting first in International GT is Tom Pank. Tom Pank right here. Let's get Tom Pank, a former International GT champion. His son Lucas is just a few cars behind him. You've been a long-time racer here with International GT, and you always do pretty well at Road Atlanta, but you've got two cars, exhibition cars, between you. What's your strategy?
Well, honestly, as hard as I push, the Mimo seems to push harder. And I was chasing him for a while, and I just can't keep up. And so I'm just hoping for a break in the pit stops. And if I get lucky, then I can get in front of them. If not, it's going to be a fight to the end. But, you know, it's difficult when you have a seasoned pro in front of you, and I'm not very seasoned, and I'm more seasoned maybe, and not necessarily a pro. But it's all good and fun. And then we have a Lambo here who has an incredible amount of horsepower, and that guy can wheel that pretty well. And he actually got around me in two of the races. So it's going to be an interesting event.
Nice. And now we've got Kurt over there sitting on the fence. I know that you don't let him talk on the microphone for good reason. But about 24 days ago, you blew the engine in this thing. And instead of putting a different engine in, he had to rebuild the thing.
These are pretty exotic engines, actually. And when that engine blew, it cracked a piston and put oil on the headers, and the whole back of the car burnt. So you see a complete rebuild on the entire back of the car and the engine in about 3 weeks from Sebring, and we're out here in the front.
Nice. That's awesome. Well, hold on. Let's get Ken Fangler. Ken Fangler, join us over here. Ken Fangler, I got to take care of a little bit of housekeeping, so take the mic and explain to everybody on TV what International GT is and what they're about to see.
Well, on behalf of International GT, welcome. I'm Ken Fangler. Great to be here as part of the Speed Tour event. International GT is very proud to be part of this series, which we have a Porsche, Ferrari, basically series. Got a lot of Porsches here. The exhibition class, we have an Audi and a Lamborghini, and they run in classes for points. The Mission Foods GT3 Cup cars are the 911 base cars. The Stuttgart Cup are the Cayman base cars, of which there are some very good race cars in that group. Now 3.8 liter, 3.8 Club Sport, 4 liter cars in the Cayman. So very happy to have them. When we have a full grid of cars, and we hope to see what we've had 3 great races so far this weekend, and we're looking to cap it off with this 60-minute enduro with a 5-minute mandatory stop.
All right, well, Ken Fangler, longtime president with International GT. We got to watch this thing grow from 6 cars to just unbelievable on the grid. And look at the quality of cars that we have here. Thank you so much, Ken. So Jason Craver here with us in the Lamborghini. Jason, is that you?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, man, you're out here in this Lamborghini, great group of cars, running exhibition. How is it?
It is absolutely wonderful. This is my first race ever, by the way. I've never raced wheel to wheel, so this is absolutely the most fun I've ever had.
Awesome. And I see you got Kaizen on the car, so that's your school instructors, everything like that?
Well, not really instructors. They're just helping me out with the race weekend, but I pretty much self-taught. So I've had some help, but not much.
That's amazing. I love it. And where are you from? You don't have the accent of a normal Lamborghini driver.
Lexington, North Carolina, so I'm at VIR all the time.
Nice, nice. Well, yeah, the Kaizen then at VIR. That's awesome. Well, welcome to International GT. Then we come back here to Dr. Reg Williams. For some reason, 008, not 007, but an eye doctor with great vision. You can see right here he's got the tire warmers on. And but with International GT, Mission Foods Speed Tour, this has got to be fun.
It's a hoot. And today, I mean, you couldn't ask for a more glorious day. And IGT always puts on a great this event. So we're looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun racing.
Nice. Now, green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Strategy is really just to stay on pace with the leaders if I can. We're hoping that it'll be a clean race without double yellow. If there's a double yellow, we'll dive into the pits and take our 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Otherwise, at 30 to 35 minutes, we'll probably come on in, take our pit stop, and Tom Long will jump in the car. So if I can stay close to the leaders, then we'll win.
Nice. And you've got Tom Long possibly getting in the car?
Absolutely.
Nice. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some legends here with us this weekend, too. But I want to come down here and introduce Tommy Ballister, one of my favorites at International GT. Tommy knows how to bring the party. Lots of fun. Flying the Puerto Rico flag. It is International GT, but last year's champion. So now the defending champion. Is that extra pressure?
It is at a level, especially when you're going into the higher category, the 4-liter, which is a lot more fun. It's a funner package. So I am really happy to be here at the Road Atlanta and to have you here, Ben, and everybody from IGT, SVRA. I hope I do a good show. Yes.
The silent assassin, Tommy Ballister. But you were explaining to me, you've had Colosso on your car for several years now. What is that?
Colosso is a family company. It's a food packer. We sell in Puerto Rico and usually on the Spanish communities in the States. So that's what it is, but it's basically I'm a privateer. Yeah.
So what is it about IGT and the food industry? We've got Mark Sandrich, we have you, we've got Juan Gonzalez, Mission Foods.
I think it's like we seek each other. Yeah. I think that's the best way to say it.
Just all friends?
Yeah, we're all friends, and we get along as friends, and the food industry is very competitive, so it's there's no resting there. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week job, just like racing. When you get in the car, you have to be on your toes 100% of the time.
Nice. I love it. Well, Tommy Ballister out here defending, and that's something you should know about motorsports. So you play other sports, you might be playing one other person in tennis or 3 other people in golf. But the reason entrepreneurs love motorsports is because it's just like business. It may be them against 30, 40 other competitors. And that competitive spirit really comes through, especially in International GT. And speaking of that, the TLM and also Farah, we've got look at this. He's always one of the most well-dressed people throughout the weekend. His shoes match the car usually, not your race shoes, but his street shoes. From Miami area, Tuwadi, I know you love IGT. Tell us what we're in for today.
Oh, what's up, people? 1 hour of the most amazing machinery going around Road Atlanta, all out, 60 minutes. Reggie Williams, my biggest nemesis right now in the GT3R. Mark Sandrich in a 4-liter. I'm sandwiched in the middle. I don't know who to fight with. We'll see how it shakes out. If you guys are watching the live stream, you better be rooting for number 68, Spinach Dip, baby.
Nice, and we're talking about the International GT. So which flag is this?
I was born in Peru. That's it.
Well, it's funny because we're talking about this. It's International GT, but it's really European GT because when I come to the podium, you and Juan and Tommy and so many people are speaking Spanish, truly bringing the international flavor.
It is. It's unbelievable. I mean, we're in Miami, so Miami is the hub, the international hub, especially South America. Tommy's one of our customers. He's from Puerto Rico, Peru. My partner, David Leda, is Cuban. Our mechanics are Argentinian. I mean, the entire South America lives where we are, and we bring them all over the country to race with these awesome Porsches and be here and have some fun with you guys.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you so much for coming out. But also check out FARA. They put on some great events. A ton of fun. But speaking of Dave, how in the world, like I know him, and he's just, you know, he always brings the party. When you're on the headset and he gets a little bit heated, how do you keep him calm?
I shut it off.
You just take the headset off?
That's right.
Yeah.
And then a couple laps later, he's good, I'm good, and life continues. We've been partners we've known each other for 40 years. We've been partners for 20. It seems to work.
Nice. I love it. Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming out. Then another one of our big food suppliers. We're trying to figure out what it is with International GT and food people, because we've got Sandwich Foods, Grandma Salads represented here with Mark Sandrich out of Medina. But Mark has been one of our OGs in this series. He was there with us from the very beginning. In fact, with Ken in Ken's other series. But you and your son both raced this series, and is it just because of how much fun it is or the competition? Why keep coming back?
Well, Ben, you know, first of all, I appreciate everybody all things you do for us. Okay, you treat us very well. But I just love to hang around my son. I love to hang around the sport. We have great competition, and you just can't ask for much more. So.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more. And we go up to Mid-Ohio, which is kind of like your home track. I think you've broken every record there. But also just International GT just goes to legendary historic tracks.
It does. And the simple fact that, you know, I kind of look at this as a senior tour. All right, a bunch of old guys, although we see some juniors nowadays with Pank Jr. and stuff. But a bunch of guys that just want to get out and continue their racing career. And, you know, we're not building our resumes, and we get to travel all around the country. So we have a great time.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you so much for coming out. Good to see you. We've got Evan Slater here and Michael Merritt. And it is Michael Merritt, right? We talked about this at Sebring, not George Michael Merritt. Yeah. All right. So, and I forgot to mention, let's just get the housekeeping out of the way. We forgot to mention Rogers. You were pointing this out to me at Sebring. Yes. Rogers built beautifully. They build really nice upscale homes in what part of the country?
Palm Beach. Palm Beach.
Palm Beach. And you're one of the suppliers for Rogers?
Yes, sir.
And what is that? What do you do?
We manufacture woodwork, metalwork, and glasswork. So basically homes for the billionaires.
Nice. And I love the colors of the car. It really sticks out. I love the matching wheels. But how do you explain International GT to your friends?
It's a great group of people, great organization, lots of Porsches, competitive, and it's a lot of fun. I only started with it last year, and I love it. So we're going to try to do a whole season except probably the West Coast swing.
Now, is my friend Evan Slater that's standing next to you, is he your co-driver?
He is my co-driver. We've been working together for a couple years.
Nice. So Evan Slater, who I know from Trans Am and all the other things you've run with us, how do you describe International GT?
Oh, man, it's a ton of fun. I mean, these Porsches are just a blast. I love the TA2 cars, but the Porsches are just so refined, and there's so many of them in this field. It's just amazing. I'm super thankful to my good friend Michael Merritt for calling me up last night. He was like, hey, Evan, can you help me out in this Enduro? So I'm like, yeah, totally. It's a ton of fun. So I'm looking forward to it. I think this car will be really fast. It's a ton of fun to drive, so I'm just looking forward to it.
Nice. Well, guys, have fun out there. So the strategy is you'll do the 30 minutes, and at some point come in and – you're starting. Okay. Is that, I don't know, is that part of the rules? Have we talked to Julie and Ken about that? All right. Well, there you go. Evan, pressure's on, buddy. Nice job. Michael, thanks for coming out. So we'll come back here to Lucas Pank, Tom Pank's son, who is also a champion. You were a champion in what year?
That was 22.
2022. Lucas Pank, they look alike. The cars look alike. Different driving styles, though. And, Lucas, when you go, because you got around Merritt yesterday, but now because of the rules in qualifying, you got to start behind him again. What is your strategy?
Well, honestly, I got to get around these cars as fast as possible, chip away at Tawadi as quick as I can, and then I really want to work up to Reg if possible. You know, he's got a very quick car. But I don't know. I think with my consistency, I could maybe get up there. So we'll see. You know, it'll definitely be a tough race, but
I love it. I love it. Well, we've got a lot of cars coming. Lucas Pank. We're going to talk to some of these Stuttgart Cup drivers because I love these new Caymans that have come out. Trying to find the the name. Hold on, let me see what your name is there. John, how do I say your last name?
Intile.
John Intile. Now, one thing I want to point out, the yellow is the Stuttgart Cup, the Caymans, the foundation, basically, of International GT. So, John, are you having fun here at Road Atlanta?
We're having a great time. The weather's been great. A little chilly in the mornings, but we've had a lot of fun. This is the first time I've done this series, first time in this car, and enjoying it, having a good time.
Now, I have a question. I've never seen this before. Porsche patch, racing a Porsche, but then also Ford Performance.
I grew up racing spec racer Fords, and I did that for a while, and then I went into Pro Formula Mazdas. So just old suits.
I love it. Well, I hope you're having fun. I like the glitteriness of your car, not just wrapped, but
Nemo the fish.
The shiny. What is it?
Nemo.
Nemo. Yeah, it does kind of have a fish look to it. Yeah, it's Dory. He said. Yeah. Dory, because Nemo's orange, clownfish, right, Sweet Cheeks? So let's come back here. Okay, here we go. This is the 710. Stephen Thomas, right now, the fastest of our Stuttgart Cup, our Caymans. So, Stephen, you're out here in the Cayman. These Caymans are getting really fast. Are you having fun out there?
I'm having a great time out there. I mean, we're way slower on the straights than the other cars, so we have to make up our time in the corners, and that makes it a lot of fun.
Nice, I love it. Make up the time in the corners, and that is kind of fun to watch these Caymans because sometimes they do seem to be a little bit more nimble. Then we're going to come back here. I got to show you this because this is just a little detail that I love. Rick Manis in this car. Check out these rivets. These rivets in the wrap actually have a texture to them. You got to come and kind of feel it. But that's so much detail in the wrap. I love that. So, Rick, this kind of aeronautical theme, what's going on here?
Oh, yeah, very nice. I flew in the Air National Guard and the Air Force, and so came up with this idea for a livery. And David Plumley from David's Designs kind of put it all together. So, yeah, got my squadron patches on there and the T-37 and the T-38 that we flew in pilot training. So
I love it. Well, my father-in-law, who hopefully is watching, is a Air Force Academy graduate and flew airplanes in Vietnam War, but also then for Southwest Airlines.
Fantastic. Yeah. So,
but I love the extra detail of the textured rivets.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I think there's over 3,000 on there. So,
how
yeah,
many?
over 3,000. Yeah. They do.
That's a wrap job.
Yeah, they did a nice job.
Okay, so that's the designer of the wrap. Nice job. Well, thanks for coming out. Love having these drivers out here with us in Stuttgart. We've got a driver coming in. Mr. Kropp, I think his daughter was watching yesterday. So tell us a little bit about your driver. I don't want to bother him while he's buckling in here.
You can bother him.
Oh, you don't want to talk on camera. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
The guy that builds the cars doesn't want to talk on camera, and he's here with Extreme Velocity, Mr. Kropp. Hold on, let me try to get this right. So Kurt Kropp, but I can't remember his daughter's name, but she mentioned yesterday. I think it was your daughter that was watching the races yesterday. Anything you want to say to her?
I love you.
And talk to us about running in Stuttgart Cup with Extreme Velocity. Are you having fun out here?
I'm having a blast. First time at IGT. Second race ever.
Nice. Second race ever, ladies and gentlemen. How cool is that? We'll have fun out there. I'll let you get buckled in. We're going to come back here, come through, talk to some more drivers because a driver that I really like. I want to point out my car, my favorite car. Love this car here, Steve Denton, with the notice the chrome wrap stripes. And I said yesterday that I saw this car coming from off-site. But we'll come up here at Woody Witchard. So more Caymans, more of the Stuttgart Cup. Now with the sunlight, you can really see the light shining through there. Is this a Kingpin car? Nice. So that car there under the Kingpin canopy. We love seeing that. Mr. Berger here with TLM. One thing about International GT is you'll notice somebody got a memo to make the cars bright. I like there's a lot of bright cars in here, but this car right here specifically, just a car that really stands out to me. Just a beautiful blue, the 212. Mr. Witchard buckling in right now, but just, hey, I just want to say I love your new car. This is so pretty. Nice job. What was that? Gulf blue? Like Gulf, like the Gulf and orange, the blue and orange, right? Yeah, so it's the Gulf blue. Oh, that is awesome. He's running with this Rebel Moon, the infused seltzer. So really cool. It's funny thing at the beginning of the season, we always look around to see who has the new cars, what everybody's doing here in International GT. We're going to come back up here and start making our way to our Juan Gonzalez of Mission Foods. This is the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. So great to have Mission Foods here. So great to have all the drivers here. But Juan and the things that he's been doing with Mission Foods, sponsoring NHRA, he's sponsoring, it was actually kind of one of his brainchildren, the King of the Baggers races. So it's a lot of fun things going on. We're going to talk to another Porsche enthusiast, Lee, the CEO of SpeedTour. I see you out here eyeing all these Porsches. We ever going to see you in an International GT race?
I got to tell you, I would love to climb in one of these cars right now. It's tough to sit here and listen to them start and not be in one of them. One of these days, you know, you never know.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you for coming out here. Sure. Well, let me, Ralph, if you don't mind, I'm going to send it up to you in the booth if you can, and then we're going to gather everybody up for our invocation, national anthem, and then the driver start command. So back up to you in the booth, Ralph.
All right, Ben, make your way on up here. We'll get everybody strapped in and ready to go, and we will be underway here shortly with our 1 hour endurance race for International GT.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, buy some chips.
Yeah. But, hey, I don't know when I go to the invocation. Oh, okay, thank you. We're back here with the, hold on, let's start here. The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Check this out. Juan Gonzalez is about to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, or maybe an iteration of. But we're going to go to my friend with Road Race Ministries, Bill Knox, to deliver the invocation. If you will remove your hats, please.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've provided for us. And Father, we ask that you wrap your almighty hands around this facility. Father, that you keep the drivers, the crews, the officials, and all the spectators, that you keep them safe. Father, we ask that you also look over our first responders and our military, that they too may come home to their families. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen, man. Bill, so great to have you out here. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat. We get to do this at a lot of events, but we don't get to do this at a lot of events with Lainey Ewers, one of the best singers we will see all season long, to deliver the national anthem. Take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Laney Ewers, unbelievable. Thank you so much for coming out. Absolutely beautiful. I want to mention the Hall County Sheriff's Color Guard. Well, we're going to go in here. We're going to give the mic over to Juan Gonzalez to try to deliver the most famous words on motorsports. Juan, take it away.
Drivers, eat more Mission tortillas.
I don't know if you heard that, but he said, drivers, eat more tortillas. So, it's getting loud down here. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, Ralph.
Well, that was one of the more creative gentlemen start changes I've heard in quite a while. Well done, Juan. I like it. That's some great marketing right there. Yes, and I highly encourage you, eat more Mission Foods tortillas. They're outstanding. Wolfed my way through a bag of Mission chips earlier today. Great to have the folks at Mission Foods, a big part of our Mission Foods Speed Tour. Getting ready for International GT Endurance Racing. And while the cars are warming engines and about to roll away from the grid, we'll go ahead and take care of a quick break for some business, and we'll be right back so you don't miss any green flag racing laps. So stay right where you are.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
The NOLA Speed Tour returns to NOLA Motorsports Park March 28th through the 30th, featuring the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association with SVRA, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Ligier JSF4, and the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lap. You do not want to miss the NOLA Speed Tour March 28th through the 30th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
And some of the folks enjoying the views from the hillside here at Road Atlanta. You can see it's an absolutely beautiful day here in Brazelton, Georgia. As we've said before, about an hour north of downtown Atlanta, just south of the South Carolina border with Georgia, near Lanier. Should be seeing temperatures up into the mid to upper 60s here today, as we're way off the back end of the racetrack here now, up by turns 6 and 7. You can see the Cube 3 architecture S is off to the right, and then a long back section that meanders its way through the hills here and over to Mission Foods turns 10A and B. Welcome back, Ben. That was a pretty creative start your engines from Juan.
I love it, and I wouldn't think anything else. You know, like that's just kind of who he is. I do feel like Juan. Speaking to Juan now, I have gotten that assignment. I eat a lot of tortillas. I eat a lot of tacos. I just love Mexican food, and I always talk about this every day that I hang up all the mission banners and flags around the track. I go to a Mexican restaurant that night. I think it's something psychological. So that's just where we are. But we've got, I'm out of breath, 24 cars taking the green flag here for this International GT Enduro.
Yeah, it's a good-sized field. And as the cars are starting to make their way around the circuit now behind the pace car, we were talking about it yesterday. I don't remember if you had a chance to bring it up in your grid walk down there, but it's going to be a little different rule than what we saw at Sebring as far as driver changes today.
Yeah, the drivers, as far as I understood it, the owner of the driver had to start the race, but I was talking to Evan Slater. He's going to start the race, so I think they got a pass on that. They talked to the officials. I did ask them that. They have to go for 30 minutes of this basically 1 hour race. Then they come in for a 5-minute pit stop, add a full course caution or any time that they want, and change drivers. They can refuel. They can make some changes for 5 minutes. So there's a cone at the start of pits. They hit a stopwatch usually in the car, or team does, and then a cone at the end of pits. So they have to time it, because usually it takes maybe 2 minutes for a driver change. Then they can kind of sit there and relax, make sure the belts are tight. But they want to be at 5:01 when they cross that timing line, because some people, if you're at 4:59, Janet up in timing and scoring will make them come back in for a drive-through penalty. So you want to be right at 5, or to be safe between 5:01 and 5:05. We are doing 2 pace laps.
I'd say that's a good idea. We've seen some cooler temperatures in the racetrack this morning. Get those tires good and warmed up, and everybody will be ready to go.
Now, Juan Gonzalez, speaking to him, and drivers eat more tortillas. That's just funny. And you know, knowing Juan, it just makes it even funnier. But he is in a Porsche GT2 RS, and he wanted me to tell the people out there that car isn't he loves racing in International GT, but he doesn't do a lot of enduros because it's a twin turbo, and the turbos are right behind the rear wheels, and they get very hot. So when he comes in for a 5-minute pit stop and he turns the car off, it's not good for those turbos, because they're heating and expanding, and then they can contract and they can crack and all that stuff. So he's just going to stay out there as long as he can and just kind of let it go, but he's not really planning right now on finishing the race unless something happens. So you never count Juan Gonzalez out, but that's what's going on with his car. And you can see that the cars are starting to get more condensed and line up 2 by 2. The first lap is to go out there and heat up the tires as they come through Mission Foods turn 1. And then the second lap, they're going to still go a little bit back and forth, but they're going to start going 2 by 2. You know, talking to the drivers, Ralph, in IGT, is Ken and Julie, who run International GT. They do such a great job. They do these Friday night socials, and racing with IGT, it's around racing. There's 3 30-minute sprint races and an hour-long enduro throughout the weekend, plus tests and practices. But it's all about the fun and the social aspect and the camaraderie, and you can kind of feel that when you walk the grid and everybody's kind of razzing each other and joking with each other and putting funny stickers on each other's cars, just things like that. And I really like hanging out with all the drivers in International GT. I consider them some of my closest friends. You know, we spend, 10 weeks a year together. So we see a lot of each other, but I love having them here, all the crews as well.
I'll tell you what, if you're coming to a Mission Foods Speed Tour event and you're looking to be a competitor, for what you spend to go racing and all of that, International GT is probably the best way to go if you're not running Trans Am or TA2, right? If you're looking at one of the other categories,
it might be better. It just depends on your personality, but yeah.
Yeah, right. If you're not chasing, for example, with Trans Am, you might be chasing moving on up into something else from there. If you're in International GT, that might just be where you want to be, right? Because enjoy that level of competition.
What's funny is a lot of our drivers in International GT, including Tom Pank, they've David Tuati, they've gone into IMSA, they've gone into SRO, and they keep coming back here because it's just so much fun.
Right.
And the competition is great, but there's competition and fun. And the way that Ken and Julie run International GT just makes it to where it is that way. But I'm going to shut up, Ralph, because they're about to have a great start.
I also like how much track time they tend to get each weekend. I think that's fantastic. All right, here we go, down the hill. Ginetta pace car is off. Revs are coming up, speeds are picking up in a hurry. We're green and we're racing for an hour here at Road Atlanta with International GT. Gidley, first one down to Mission Foods, turn number 1. And I believe Craver in that Lamborghini is going to slide up to second. No, he didn't. Pank got him at the corner. He was making a move inside of Pank, and Pank kept the Porsche just in front of him. Nice job by Tom.
Yeah. So Memo Gidley out front in the exhibition class. Pank, Craver, Reg Williams, Tuati, Sandrich. Good group of cars coming through here. Through the Q3 turn 6. Lucas Pank around Merritt. I was talking to him at the grid. He didn't think it would come that early. So actually, that's not Merritt. That's Evan Slater. Sorry, Evan Slater started in the car. Evan Slater, a TA2 driver with us, and also races radicals and just about everything. But also very smart with Craver.
Gidley's not wasting any time, is he?
No, but it looks like Craver's making a move on Pank.
He is on it. Yeah, he got him. Craver moves up to second with the Lambo. The Porsche giving chase.
And that's fine. Tom Pank is in the International GT battle. He's going to let these 2 exhibition cars go on by because the car that he's worried about is right behind him, that 008 of Reg Williams.
Yeah. Showing long behind the wheel right now in the 008. I'll tell you what, even though Craver has gotten around Pank, the Lambo's not walking away anytime soon from that Porsche. And here comes Tuati in 5th.
I think Reg Williams is in it. I'm not sure. But Tom Long is his co-driver, but he was telling me his strategy is to put Tom in it after the pit stop.
Yeah, I'm just going by.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to see inside the car. See if I can notice his helmet. Can't see, it's too dark. But there's Tuati. And behind him is Sandrich and Lucas Pank. That's going to be a good battle as well. I do like the liveries. They tend to make them pretty bright, don't they?
Sure do.
So you see that gray strip?
Oh, Pank is way off at Mission Foods. Turn number 10, A and B.
I think maybe Reg Williams caught him looking in the mirror there. I think he might have been looking in the mirror, just went a little bit late on the brakes, but now Tuati's going to try to take that from Pank. Because he's got a lot of dirt on his tires. Tom's a smart driver. He knows now he's got to work that dirt, dust off the tires, check his grip. He's seeing how the car feels right now, if that tore up anything, and then he'll be back on the gas. But I appreciate that. That's who Tom Pank is. He likes to make these races interesting. So we appreciate that, Tom. But look at this.
Well, Lucas Pank hunting pretty hard back here in the 40. And he is closed up on Sandridge and giving him a run.
He is. Sandrich has a little bit more top end, it looks like, but Lucas Pank maybe a little bit more nimble on the brakes. Now, this is the important corner, especially for Lucas, to just keep that momentum going, get the power down as soon as you can, and the grip, and try to stay behind Sandrich. You don't want too much of a gap. You want to try to stay in that draft a little bit on this long back straight. Tom went deep there, too.
Oh, yeah. coming to pit lane. It's got to be a brake issue because you're hard on the brakes down there. The car ran flawlessly yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and everybody was in good spirits on my grid walk. Sometimes I try to like gauge that. Like, do people seem nervous? Are they having fun?
How can anybody not have fun?
Well, but you know, like everybody down there seemed to be in good spirits. All the drivers are talking and joking with each other. So usually that makes for a good race. But woo, Lucas getting right up on there, maybe giving him a little bit of a bump, Ralph, as they come into this section. I don't think he was expecting Sandrich to get on the binders. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it's definitely scuffed up, isn't it? Looked like all the way down onto the splitter. Big weekend for all of these Porsche drivers. Of course, Atlanta is home to one of the Porsche Experience Centers. Two in the country, by the airport.
Yeah. The president of Porsche North America comes to some international GT events, so maybe next time he'll hook us up.
All right, there you go.
Lucas. We're just trying to kind of see what he's doing, let you hear the car, but you can see the speed down here at the bottom. You can see his RPMs.
Well, he's charging. Look how quickly he's closed up.
Gosh. This is his good spot. You know, he closes the gap through these S's.
Well, if you're good through there, boy, you can make a ton of time up on everybody else because most guys are okay through there, not great through there, right?
Yeah. No, he is really good. He's got Mark Sandrich in front of him, coming up to our Cube 3 architecture turn 7.
Now let's see how Sandrich does down this long back section of racetrack. Let's see if Lucas is able to hang on. Sandrich gets a great drive off the corner, Ben, and gapped him at least 2 car lengths. Look at he's pulling away from him. So
there's a give and take, right?
Yes.
Like Sandrich is good in one area, Lucas is good in the other, and that makes for interesting racing.
So I'm going to assume Lucas should be good down at 10A and 10B.
But look at Tommy Ballister now, right behind Evan Slater in that Michael Merritt car with Rogers Builders from West Palm.
Tom Penk's car is still up on the air jacks, tires off. I'm assuming it was a brake issue.
So Mark Sanders there in front of Lucas Pank, David Twatty in front of him. But Tommy Ballister now in the 4-liter, last year's champion, right behind Evan Slater in Michael Merritt's car. Sandrich won't put up with this for too long. He's either going to try to take off or just let Lucas by.
Well, he's awfully good down this long back section, so he's going to take off again. You can see the car length and a half or so there going into the corner. Now watch Sandrich just start to motor it.
But they're not, usually when 2 cars race like this, the car in front of them can take off, but they're not losing Tuati either when they stay like this.
No, but Sandrich definitely pulls them down the straight.
Yeah. Lucas is in a 4R, Sandrich is in a 4.0. There's Tuati. That's a beautiful looking car. As he comes through down the hill, very difficult section of the track. And if you get it wrong, you get it real wrong. Big gap between Sandrich and Lucas now.
Boy, look at Lucas close right back up here. Their lines don't seem to be so radically different. He's just Lucas is up on the curving a little bit more, not excessively, but a little bit more.
Yeah. But the difference might be that Mark Sandrich is paying for his race car. And I'm not sure if Lucas necessarily is, or if Dad and the team are helping him out. We're on board with Sandrich with the Sandrich Foods Grandma's Kitchen, Grandma's Salad car. He looks relaxed, doesn't he, Ralph? In the bottom
Sure
left.
does.
I don't know if I'd be that relaxed going that fast.
150 miles an hour. Comes 160, still not at the breaking point. Just shy of 170.
I didn't know they were this fast.
I mean, a tick shy. That's moving down that back section. Boy, that's an event I'd love to get to someday. Bathurst.
What's that?
Bathurst. That's an event, and a venue I'd love to get to someday.
Me too, yeah. Can't believe it's a racetrack. Now, I am hearing that is Michael Merritt. Zach Slater is saying actually Merritt started, not Slater. So Michael Merritt is in that car. So, but I love the comment section. They have great information for us. Oh, and Kurt Kropp's daughter has joined us again to support her dad. Well, he had a message for you at the grid walk, so I hope you got to hear that. But good racing throughout the field in International GT.
Yeah, as we go back to what we were talking about before the green flag as Twatty comes down the hill, reasons why you would want to maybe compete in this category. One is certainly the caliber of competition. There's very competent drivers throughout the field. You can, no matter what level you are currently at, chances are pretty good you're going to find somebody to battle with.
Yeah. Yeah, and everybody in the International GT will help you. You can't expect to buy a Porsche Cup car or a Ferrari and come out here and run up front. That might take you a few years, but everybody in the paddock will help you get there because they just want more people to race with. David Tuwadi, he'd be saying, "What's up, people?" if he was on the broadcast, but that car just always looks really good in the sunlight.
You're not going to miss it.
No, from a visibility standpoint, it's pretty safe.
You want your friends and family to know where you are on the racetrack. That's one delivery that will work for sure. That's how Velocity Yellow came about with the Corvette racing team. Doug Feehan at the time wanted to make sure he could always hear the cars.
Yeah.
He wanted to make sure he could see the cars.
TLM leader. Now we come back to some of the Stuttgart Cups.
And it's amazing how many liveries look great on paper, terrible on camera.
Yeah. That is 09. John Intile.
Ken Fangler joining us in the booth.
That's a 3.8 2020 Porsche Cayman with Kingpin Autosports. Well, Ken, we've had some really good battles, but the battle that we've had to watch so far is Mark Sandrich and Lucas Pank. They did get into each other. Lucas got into the back of Sandrich and gave him a little bump through the Cube 3 S's, but they're still out there running strong.
I think that's the, Mark is finding out that sometimes Jinx running up front, he fell off the track in the warm-up, I think in race 2, and then while leading race 1, that was a big pullout.
Wow.
Yeah.
A little too aggressive on the steering input.
Yeah, he had a lot of steering on that, yeah, definitely. But good battle between Lucas and Mark Sandrich. And, you know, as luck would have it, you know, as I was walking up here, I noticed one of our leaders in the IGT who's won the previous sprint races, Tom Pank, had some mechanical trouble. So,
and he's back out.
You know,
that's him right
now
there.
He's having to make his way through the field.
Brakes. He went deep into Mission Foods 10A and 10B 2 times in a row. Ooh, look what we have here, though. This is fancy, ladies and gentlemen. Live Race Media has gotten us a picture-in-picture with the 2 cars in battle. Didn't even know that was an opportunity to do this. So you've got Mark Sandrich down here bottom right, Lucas Pank top left. We're going to let you hear this a little bit. We're going to stay off the air and let you hear this battle. So this is so cool to see because you can see where each car is good. Now this is where Mark Sandrich usually kind of takes off and starts to gap him. You can see that he's doing here.
You saw Lucas went much wider on the exit, almost a half a car length wider.
So the lead car in the bottom right of these 2 cars, and Lucas behind him.
It's truly amazing how far Sandrich pulls him down that back section, and then going through those Cube 3 Architecture S's.
Yep.
Lucas is really able to make up a bunch of time.
But they are really catching up to Tuati. This is about to be a 3-way battle here.
And that would be a fight for 4th overall.
And now watch how Lucas can just catch Sandrich.
He's on him. Look at that. I mean, he is all over him. Now up here, after the left right through here, Lucas tends to get a little wider here up on the curbing, so he uses all of that.
Mark Sandrich and Lucas Pank have been racing together for probably about 8 years. Off and on. So
This
they know each other pretty
feel
well.
like it was 8 years long, right? They're going to be worn
This
out
is
mentally
fun.
and physically.
Now, Tuati seems to kind of pull away a little bit there. Okay, so there's the leader, and there's my favorite car in the group, the Woody Witcher car.
Ben, I had last night a interesting, and I think we do a shout out in that I had someone comment said, "Where can I watch this?" And I gave him the link to watching the live stream feed, and he said, "I'll be watching from Australia." So a shout out if you're watching from internationally.
Good day, mate.
Yeah, great to hear that.
And I just found out, speaking of Australia, that Jack Weldon is saying that Reg Williams' car is the ex-EBM car that ran the 12 Hours of Bathurst. So one of just the craziest tracks in the world. Ralph and I were both saying we'd love to go there.
Well, I'm also seeing, Ben, that we have crossed past the halfway point of the race. So, based on what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, driver changes could be coming at any moment.
Yeah, Ken, will you explain that probably better than I can? So, Ken Fengler, what are the rules here of this Enduro?
They cannot make a driver change. They can pit, but they cannot make a driver change until 50% of the 60-minute race. So we've got a ways to go yet in that, although, you know, I'm looking here showing 22 minutes, so coming up that, you know, although we have 28 remaining, it was a scheduled 60-minute race, so they got to do 30 minutes before they can do a driver change.
Oh, okay.
It's 60.
This is
it's
too
50,
much math
more
in
than
racing.
50% of the scheduled time. Yeah, but they should.
So here we come down. Mark Sandrich there. Lucas Pank coming around. Man, that looks so fast from that camera. But they just keep kind of easing into David Tuati. And you know that Dave, his mechanic and team owner, is telling him the gaps on the radio. So
they're filling up his rearview mirrors, too.
yeah. Tuati's not letting them come to him.
No, he's not trying to have that happen.
And I was speaking to Rick Manis with that great wrap, U.S. Air Force wrap. I thought that was really cool.
Very cool. Shout out to the color guard during the opening ceremonies, and a special shout out to Ben, who was the singer for the national anthem. She was fantastic.
It is so impossible to sing and then hear it again
Oh, the
2
delay.
seconds later. So to do that as a singer and to hit all the notes like she did, that shows a lot of talent.
Pink's hitting the, you know what, he's losing ground on his standards, but I'll tell you what, he's hitting a big number on the speedometer as well. Look at that.
Ken, I have to admit, I didn't know these IGT cars were this fast. I didn't know they had this kind of a top speed.
Yeah, you know, you look at the, I always compare where we're at between the TA2 and the TA cars, and yeah, you're absolutely right. The 22, 23s are eye openers. That was, that was still at the front of the grid. I saw yesterday, Craven or fronts were running 18s, 19s. So the top 3 cars were in the, under 20, but there was a lot of cars that were 20 plus, and that's right where these cars live. And yeah, it is, but that's the thing. It's really much a handling track. This has, so with the elevation changes and all that, it's fast. Although, it's always a surprise that the average, Little Lime Rock is the, fastest average speed of any road course we go to.
You wouldn't think that.
Yeah, you think of Road America when it's long back straights and, just going on and on. This has, a good long back straight, going downhill no less. But yet still, Lime Rock has the highest average speed.
We've got the blue flags out, which we like. But this track, and it was Larry Ligas that pointed out, this is the great equalizer track of handling versus horsepower. This is about halfway in between. There's some great horsepower sections, but there's some great handling sections. And it's a good equalizer where Road America Sebring, the horsepower cars can take off. Lime Rock, you need to lean on the handling a little bit more, but this is kind of in between that.
And there's some great passing zones here. As we said yesterday, the new quote-unquote rendition of the dip, that has created passing zones all the way down, into the last turn.
I think the great separator here, Ben, is courage.
Yeah.
Who's got the most courage coming down the hill through 12 or even up through these S's that we're headed to now, how you attack those S's and how much speed you can carry through there. Because so much of that is blind too, kids.
Yes. Right now I'm showing Tom Kirk and Ron Zitza in the 22A car ahead in the Stuttgart Cup. But the Stuttgart Cup with Stephen Thomas and John Dean, they're right there with us. So we have a great battle for first place in the Stuttgart Cup, which are the cars with the yellow ribbons across the windshield. Ron Zitza and Tom Kirk doing a good job.
Boy, the
last car is on pit road, by the way.
Yeah.
The lap traffic, and shout out to all the guys doing a good job and watching their mirrors, but coming into play here as the faster front end of the grid comes up on the back markers. Understand that they're still running.
Thanks for that heads up. And our Zach Slater gave us that heads up.
Well, they were working through that traffic, and it was getting that opportunity when and where you could to get around it, right? Yeah, he really works those curves, doesn't he? There is, and watch how much further out here he gets. Watch, you'll see him almost, their drone was just a little too fast for him. But yeah, you can use those curves to actually help turn the car, depending on how and where you're hitting the curve, what angle, how much of the car you're getting up. Are you getting 2 wheels up, all 4 wheels, or maybe just the right rear, for example?
Well, this is how you judge a good international GT enduro. In my mind, I know all the drivers and teams are looking for a double yellow, but I like this. I like the cars coming into pits and having to do their 5-minute stop under green flag conditions because it's going to change the order around. But, man, Sandridge getting right up behind Tawadi.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers will wait until the last possible time to come in, which will be the 40-minute mark, okay, of the race. So they'll stay out and see if a yellow comes out to their advantage.
The traffic really crushed Lucas's opportunity, didn't it? He just has not been able to close that gap up enough yet.
So just looking out the window, it looks like the Michael Merritt, Evan Slater car is in. Is that Reg Williams right behind them? The 008?
I don't know if that's or Tommy Ballister. I can't tell. It's a black
And
car.
then the Memo Gidley car and the Craver
car yep.
are in.
So the Audi and the Lambo, top 2 overall and top 2 in exhibition.
So if a double yellow does come out now, it's going to be very tough for those exhibition cars to catch and try to take the overall lead. Juan Gonzalez is in, which is something he told us he wasn't going to do. Yeah. Woody Witcher. So following along with Tom Pank, who made a stop, but I don't think it was his legal pit stop. So will he have to come in for another 5?
Create and get in for that 5-minute stop. I'm not sure.
So you can do a 5-minute stop if there's no driver change at any time?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
See, just learning the rules to the sport I've been following for 10 years.
Right, exactly.
David
Yeah.
Twaddy's
Well, in your defense, Ben, we've made some tweaks and changes throughout those 10
Okay.
years, so it's all right. Yeah.
Twaddy's in too, Ben.
Yeah, you're right. Tawadi is in.
Yeah, just came in.
And we got a couple more coming down pit road. Lucas Pank is in. Here he is, making his way to his pit box.
This is where the International GT drivers, they kind of set their weekend around the Enduro. And that's just kind of the nature of this kind of car. But the crews also take this very personally, and they put a lot of effort into that, because if you're on a crew for just, an International GT team, you've wanted to do these kind of high heat pit stops, and you wanted to do, what you see on TV. So they really enjoy this aspect of the International GT weekend as well.
It's a different flavor than the sprint races, and different results. There's a lot of lots of strategy and a bit of luck as to where the yellow, if and when it flies. So pit stop strategy does come into play. So it's a totally different flavor than sprint races. And looked like Reg Williams was still out there. I saw him just go by.
So then that must be Tommy Ballister, right? This is where it gets confusing for the commentators, for knowing who is in the pits and who isn't. But I love that look of that number 16 car.
So Long right now, and the 008 is shown as our overall leader. Sandridge, Tawadi, Pank. That's all in the top 4 overall.
So there's Mark Sandridge now behind Evan Slater. Evan Slater just getting in the car. He was asked last night if he wanted to do this. And being smart like Evan Slater is, he always has his helmet and his driver's suit with him when he comes to the track. He's the race instructor for Patrick Paul and his team this weekend in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. But it looks like he's finding his way around pretty quickly as Mark Sandridge is struggling to keep up with him. So Woody Witchard in the pits, as now Reg Williams is in the pits. So this is going to change the scoring. Great shot here from our turn 1. So you see Reg Williams coming in with that black and gray, pulling into his pit stall. You can see the crews going out, working on it. And it looks like Tom Long is about to get in. There's our pit official, Will Huxtable, in the orange hat. All right. We've got the Lamborghini. The exhibition cars have come back out. So now it's going to be fun. Watch the scoring tower to the left of your screen, because the exhibition cars are now going to have to struggle to go through a lot of lap traffic to get back up to the front. And if a double yellow comes out and there's somebody left that hasn't pitted, it's going to change the whole outlook of this race.
Oh, yeah.
There's Tommy Ballister, last year's champion, representing Puerto Rico.
He got pretty far over to that left coming down out of 12. Down to 12.
Saw his hands moving, yeah. I feel like he's not real happy with the car right now, is Tom Pank. Had some brake issues earlier. We'll see where he goes. I know, Ralph, you've called a ton of motorsports throughout your career, but as far as road racing, do you have a favorite series?
Well, that's a good question. I hadn't really thought about it in just road racing. You know, I mean, I think like
Tom Pank to the paddock.
Most folks have always loved the prototypes in IMSA as a part of the heydays.
Lucas Pank into the paddock.
Yep, Lucas is headed up to the paddock. Fan of that for many, many years. And then the open wheel stuff, you know, with Formula One and IndyCar, I enjoyed both of those as well. I think ultimately, Ben, I'm just a huge race fan, and I've had as much fun at a swamp buggy race as I have had at a Formula One race, because ultimately, racers are racers.
Yeah.
And they're interesting people, have great human interest stories. There's usually some fun stories around each individual tour, whether it's being creative with the rule book or, you know, personality type stories. But that always makes it interesting. And then whatever the vehicles are, you can appreciate them for what that particular vehicle is designed to do. Even something like monster trucks.
Yeah, yeah. So Mark Sandrich into the pits.
You know, monster truck is obviously something that's designed more for entertainment than competition. But
entertaining
what they do
it
with
is.
those things, 10,000 pounds back flipping and front flip, I mean, it's incredible. And I will tell you, those swamp buggy guys were some of the most competitive racers I have ever seen.
So right now, we're scored as Reg Williams and Tom Long in first, Mark Sandrich second, David Tuati third, Lucas Pank fourth, Memo Gidley fifth, Jason Craver sixth, Juan Gonzalez seventh, Woody Witchard eighth, Cliff Kayer ninth, Tom Kirk and Ron Zitza 10th. There's a good shot of Tom Pank coming up through turn 5. But Sandrich will fall off the leaderboard here in a second because he's now in the pits.
Yeah.
There's that Lambo we love. The Kaizen Autosport Lambo. Yeah.
Fans in the Porsche plots cheering against the guys in the Corvette Corral, for example, that sort of thing.
Well, Mark Sandrich told me he wasn't going to make a driver change, so they must have had to refuel because he had to step out of the car and go over the wall. And that is a rule. The refueler, the driver has to get out if they're refueling, and the the person putting the fuel in has to have a fire suit. Then also somebody with a fire suit needs to be standing there with a fire extinguisher. And we do the 5-minute pit stops just to make it safe. There's so much you have to do. I know in other sports they don't do a mandatory pit stop, but we want people to be safe and have fun out here. So it gives the driver time to relax. Yeah, it is the same for everybody, but they can buckle their seatbelts in. They don't have to rush on the safety aspects. But there is Reg Williams with Tom Pank right behind him.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, make it as safe as you can, and it's the same for everybody. So an extra minute or two isn't gonna make that big of a difference.
08 of Cliff Kayer. Beautiful car.
Well, now we've reached the point of the race, Ben, where you've got what you've got, right? You've made that pit stop. You've got all the fuel you're going to get. Brakes aren't going to be any better than they were or are right now.
There's a great battle in Stuttgart here. Kurt Kropp, Rick Manis. And the 09 is John Intile. I hope I'm saying that right. He said it and I forgot what he said at the grid.
Well, you were talking about our exhibition category cars working their way back through. Well, guess what? Gidley has just gotten around Zitza on the timing and scoring on our pylon here on the left, showing Memo all the way up to second already with Sandridge making the pit stop.
Yeah, he's going to overtake that soon.
And Craver's up to 5th overall.
Yeah, Ken had to leave because he had to make sure everybody's come into the pits. So he went up to race controls. We follow along here with David Tuwadi coming around turn 7. And this kind of gets to be the lonely part of the race. The people that you were racing with at the beginning have now disappeared. Everybody's on a little bit different pit strategy. So now it's up to the drivers to really concentrate and hit their marks and do everything they would do if they were out there and testing and qualifying. Stay on their line, hit their marks, never overcook anything. Because somehow near the end of this race, when the time starts to run out, that's when everybody gets back up and close, and it's back to what we saw there at the beginning. So we've got about 10 minutes remaining, and this Stuttgart Cup battle is heating up.
And you would think that sounds simple, right? Just go out there, you're by yourself, hit your marks. It is not.
It's harder when you're by yourself.
I think so.
More difficult when you're by yourself. There's Tom Pank, there's Mark Sandridge.
Here's Memo. That Audi R8.
And he's already to the top of the leaderboard.
Did you see Audi's talking about bringing the R8 back? Yeah.
Would it be in conjunction with Lamborghini?
Lamborghini's got a new platform coming for whatever the Huracan replacement's going to be, and they're going to use that same chassis for the Audi. And I say I read twin turbocharged V8 hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay, so it may not be a car you can race like in this, because once you bring a hybrid into it, now you have to bring 8 technicians.
Right, but
so Juan Gonzalez back.
as are all the cars in this International GT category, the Audi R8 is certainly an aspirational vehicle for many. Yeah. How much wider Pank's car is. Here's the Lambo. Look how wide that rear wing is.
On that rear wing. The Lamborghinis do look menacing. I'll give them that. It's the 09.
That's a good way of putting it.
Tyler Hoffman may be in that 09 now. Tyler Hoffman, very good driver. We know him from the Trans Am series. He's won a few races with us in the GT classes. So just judging by the lap times, I'd say that's Tyler. Judging by the aggressive driving nature of the curbing, I'd say that's Tyler Hoffman. And our leader in the exhibition class. So the exhibition cars both are at the top again.
Yep.
That's how these things shake out.
Remember when the Audi R8 first came on the scene and it had that striping down the side right behind the door?
I've always liked them though.
Oh, yeah.
So there's Slater in the Michael Merritt car wearing the Rogers Builders livery. And Tom Long is now in that car of Reg Williams, the 008.
The clock is ticking down in a hurry now, Ben.
Yeah.
If you're planning on making a move, you better set it up quick.
So Michael Berger's making a comment that I agree with. When I'm at the grocery store or buying products, I tend to buy products that have something to do with motorsports. Like if they've sponsored a
Support
car
those
or
that support
sport.
your
Yeah,
sport.
yeah, exactly. And so he's saying I can't help but think that Mission's marketing involvement actually worked. They've grown it a ton, and I know I can't be the only race fan who tries to exclusively buy their chips. So we appreciate that, Michael, but that's exactly right. That's what, yeah, you said it right, Ralph, is like support those who support what you're into. You know,
100%.
so if, you know, there's a couple of beverages that support motorsports, and you like motorsports, why not buy those beverages?
Yeah. Whatever that product is, right? Whether it's tortilla chips, laundry detergent, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
That's where you're going.
It just so happens that my favorite food is Mexican food. And it's funny because I think we talked about this before, but you know, I was like, I talk about you Juan every Tuesday to my family that I know you and brag about you, and he's like, yeah, but you know you can have Mexican food every day, not just on Tuesdays. And I try to.
Well, I've been known to take some of the Mission Foods low-carb tortillas. You know you're going to a great Mexican restaurant that has wonderful fajitas.
Yeah.
I've been known to take a few of the low-carb tortillas with me to kind of help balance out the cheat day a little bit. Right?
Wadi's car looks good. Everybody's looking good now, and now we've got about 4 minutes remaining, which should be about 2.5 laps left.
I am surprised after what we saw Pank going through that he's been able to work his way back to 4th.
And notice, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't had a full course caution.
No, we
so
haven't.
everybody's strategy out the window. And it's too late now. Oh, wait, did the timers go up? What was this at 4 minutes or 9?
I think so.
Yeah, the Brew Crew agrees with you, Ralph. They say support those who support you. I totally agree with that. And buy Paul Newman brands if you can, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Those go to a good cause.
Yeah, Boggy Creek, right?
Reg Williams coming through here. Looking good. Actually, Tom Long. Sorry about that. Tom Long in Reg Williams' car. Reg will usually do this one with us. Sebring, VIR. He is a practicing doctor, so he's limited on the runs that he can do. But I tell you what, when he's here, the races are just more interesting. How do you run an hour-long race and it looks like you just waxed your car?
Use a good wax, I guess, right?
Like a Next Gen, one of our great sponsors and marketing partners. If you wanted to coat your car in some good products, look at Next Gen. Get some Pirelli tires. Check out Summit Insurance. Make sure your car is drinking Sunoco fuel. Detroit watches with International GT. And of course, eating your Mission chips and your grandma salads.
No, you're just making me hungry.
Tom Pank somehow back up to fourth.
Yeah.
You'd love to get around Reg Williams, but time is running out. I don't know how big of a gap they have to each other.
Well, the 008 was 2 seconds a lap quicker that last time around.
Spencer Proper, sorry. The Cayman that you just saw there that doesn't have the yellow bandana is an exhibition class. So he would be in the Stuttgart class, but he's running just trying to get used to the car and probably going to be here for, I don't know, Petit Le Mans or SRO or something. But here we're getting some great images of Tom Pank coming around Mission Foods turn 1. I am a little bit scared. I noticed on that Mission, the 400 marker there at turn 1, the water bag has fallen out. So I'm hoping it hasn't fallen completely out, but I'm hoping it's enough to keep that thing on the ground. I'm always so scared they blow into the track. You can see his hand input there with the white glove. We appreciate that, Tom. But I don't think he's got enough time to catch Dr. Reg Williams. Waddy running good. 5th place, Sandridge 6th. There really hasn't been a lot of position changes other than Reg Williams and Pank kind of flip-flopped, but Tuati, Slater, Sandridge, they were still there. Ballister and Gonzalez are right up there in the top 10. This has turned out to be a good enduro with 1:20 seconds left.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, look at this gap on the front of Tom's. Do you call that a hood? No, I think that's not. I think that's an air intake. I thought a hood was coming, but I think that's how that is.
Front.
Yeah. So there's Evan Slater now coming through in the 898. The first goal of Evan Slater is to bring the car in under its own power without any new nicks and scratches on it. And I think he's going to meet that job. But this is the story. This is going to be our overall winner in International GT. He's about 40 seconds away from the flag, and we've got about 40 seconds left. So he might have to, if he doesn't slow down, he might get an extra lap. Oh, but they've increased the time again.
Oh boy.
How's that keep happening? As a drummer, I can't deal with any time changes.
Yeah.
You know? So
Hank would love to see it a little bit.
Oh, yeah, no. And I'm enjoying this race so much, I'm fine with it. So we might see something come out here on Dr. Reg Williams. We're seeing some great blue flags. And nope, no white flag yet. Now, he isn't the overall leader. They're going to white flag the overall leader, but he is our leader in International GT, is that 008 of Reg Williams. I know you're good friends with Andy Lally, the Trans Am president, but you got to think if Andy Lally starts coming to these races with his history in Porsche endurance racing, some of these IGT drivers are going to start bringing them into the fold on these enduros.
Oh, yeah.
How many laps completed? What a great question. Let me see. I don't have the answer, but this would have to go down in the record. One of our most laps completed in an enduro at Road Atlanta. We just haven't
Well, the
had
clock
any
now
yellows.
is saying inside of 10 seconds.
Okay.
See if it jumps back up.
Okay, the white flag is out.
Clock's showing 3 zeros.
So we are on our last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Don't know which part of the circuit Memo Gidley is on, but the white flag is out. These drivers will be so excited to see the checkered flag. White flag is out on Reg Williams.
Saw Craver go by. There's Williams. He's got one more lap to go.
Tom Long behind the wheel of that car.
Oh,
Tom Long.
don't get too aggressive now.
Experienced in this mixed class racing is Tom Long, but that could have cost the race right there. You're right,
man,
Ralph.
you don't want to be too crazy.
Tom Pank is a good distance behind him. Tom Pank just now coming through Mission Foods turn 1. But actually, Reg has caught up to Craver. Tom Long has caught up to Craver.
Yep.
He might be trying to take one of these exhibition cars
There's
out.
Memo Gidley right there, so the checker flag
There's
is
our
falling.
leader. But we got to see what happens here with Reg Williams and Craver at Mission Foods turn 10.
Gidley will be your overall winner and the winner in the exhibition category.
Everybody coming in to take the checkered flag. Some good battles.
Here they are coming down out of 12,
Yeah. Oh.
and Craver's gonna hold him off right at the line. About a car length the difference between the two.
But like I
Boyd
said,
Long gave him a run.
Yeah, it does get interesting near the end, doesn't it? You can't get too comfortable there in the middle of these enduros.
Yeah, he was only 5 or 6 tenths of a second behind him at the line. Impressive effort by Long.
Yeah, Craver, Long, then Tom Pank just took the checkered flag. So let's see if Tuwadi can come around here. In the orange car. Well, what a great enduro. I'm so excited. To be honest, we don't show a lot of International GT enduros because sometimes they just kind of get hard to difficult for the timing and scoring. But this one, without doing a full course caution and a great race and no incidents that I can think of, went off really, really well. And here's your results.
And how about Juan Gonzalez running solo for an hour, coming home in 9th, when he wasn't even sure he was going to do the whole thing.
That was all, yeah, that's exactly right. He's like, yeah, I'm probably not going to do it. But there we go. There's the results. You're right. Juan Gonzalez, he might start being an enduro racer with us now.
There's Tuwadi coming down the hill, headed to pit lane.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section, I hope you had a lot of fun. I'm seeing that you guys had a lot of fun. I'm seeing a lot of fire emojis. Thank you so much for joining us on Speed Tour TV. And Ralph, it's been a lot of fun calling these races with you. I hope you're enjoying your time at Speed Tour.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We got more coming up today.
I think we're going down for the... I'm going to step out, Ralph. I'm going to go help out at Winner's Circle.
All righty. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Just confirming with our producers, our production crew, we will be back with you at 1:10. All right, now we're being told we are going to step away to break, so stay with us. We'll be back for more from Road Atlanta after this.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
before has said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
can think of is the boy who cried wolf in the end. And all we need is a reason to make our purpose
No. Welcome to Road Atlanta, where the hills rise, the pavement twists, and history looms over every apex. Since 1972, this track has been a proving ground for the fearless. And today, the warriors of the Trans Am Series are back to take it on. Paul Menard stamped his authority at Sebring to start the 2025 season. He started the same way last year and won the championship. Could it be deja vu all over again? And in the TA2 class, more history is being made as Toyota joins the fight with 2 Camrys rolling onto the grid, ready to shake things up in the muscle car hierarchy. The drivers aren't just battling each other today, they'll be fighting the track, the ever-changing elevation and blustery winds that'll push them and their machines to the limit. Speed, precision, no second chances. There's beauty in these Georgia hills, but if you don't stay locked in, you'll be nothing more than a part of the scenery. It's been a long month away, but we're back at it in the ATL as we go for round 2 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. The incredibly fast, the incredibly challenging Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is the site for round 2 of the Mission Foods Speed Tour and today's featured event, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category. Hi everybody, welcome to Road Atlanta here in Brazelton, Georgia, about an hour north of downtown Atlanta. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside the new points leader in Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Congratulations, Adam Andretti.
Oh, thank you for that, Ralph. Yeah, I'm very proud to have that. We got a long season ahead of us, so we're early, but it's a feeling you don't want to let go of, and that's that championship leader feeling. So we're excited about where we're headed with Burton Racing and that top liner Camaro. But we're here to talk about that Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as I was saying, incredibly challenging, incredibly fast racetrack. How do you win here?
It is full commitment. You said it. I mean, those two things you said, challenging, fast, that basically for a race driver means full-on commitment. So you got to get out there. You have to attack this racetrack. The S's, they're blind to get them started. If you miss even a little bit, it just gets you out of sync for the whole thing, and you have to hit those absolutely perfect. You come down here into turn 7. As we come down the long back straightaway there, you better get a good run off of 7 because they're going to be peaking in 10A, 10B. There's some secrets to get through there, and maybe if the TA2 competitors were watching the TA race close yesterday, they could have maybe picked up on a couple of those.
And if the track isn't challenging enough, this TA2 field, it is stacked, it is deep, and it's going to be very, very competitive.
It is. It's incredibly deep. I mean, and also it's deep with talent, but the talent that – I mean, you have Thomas Annunziata, who sits on pole, but he's in his 3rd season here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Julian DaCosta right next to him is in his 4th race. And so this is really exciting. That's the best part about this series is get to see the new talent come through, the young talent, but also the Pro-Am side of it too. These Pro-Am competitors, these are the men and women that have full-time jobs. You know, their calling didn't necessarily bring them to the sport until it was a hobby in their life, and now they get to do this, and they get to race out there with these young professionals that are going to go to great heights in our sport.
And we've got the new Toyotas to talk about and much, much more, which we will get to. But for right now, let's head down to the false grid where our Ben Sissel is standing by.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But this is a TA2 Series first. A Toyota Camry, not only in the TA2 Series, but it is on the pole. And the other Toyota Camry is in 3rd with Tyler Gonzalez behind the wheel. But speaking of Cube 3, I've got the founder, the president, the man that makes it happen. He's here with us every weekend, Nick Middleton. All kinds of exciting things happening this year, especially the Toyota Camry today with Thomas Annunziata.
Very much so. Toyota had a great weekend so far, basically 1 and 3 on the position right now, starting the race out. But it's going to be a great weekend. We got a full field. We got a lot of young drivers. We couldn't ask for better weather. The fans are here, so we're looking forward to a great race today. So good luck to everybody out there, and hopefully we'll see some of these individuals that are on the pole today on the podium later today. So congratulations to everybody.
Well, thank you, Nick Middleton, for all your support. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But Thomas Annunziata, our pole award winner, this has to feel pretty good.
It does. I mean, these Toyotas are amazingly fast. Same with the Nitro team. And I'm hoping to get this sexy Toyota in Victory Lane.
Nice. I love it. We'll get up front now. Again, untested. They haven't been able to test this body. They just got it in last week, I believe last Thursday. So this should be really fun to watch. You've got the Chipoys, you've got the Gurr. But then Julian DaCosta, 2nd in the qualifying with the Take 5 oil change up there. That's got to feel good as well.
Yeah, this Nitro Ford Mustang is, I can't really say much. It's just been on rails all weekend, so I'm looking forward to a great race, and I think it's going to be really fun. So.
Nice. I love it. Julian DaCosta. Now we come over here to Tyler Gonzalez. Round one at Sebring was the class of the field and fell out with just maybe a lap and a half to go. You won here last year, is that correct?
No, sir. Second.
He was on second place last year, but left Road Atlanta ahead in the points. He's our other Toyota Camry running the Mobile 1 on it, but don't let this deceive you. His number is 10, but he's running Mobile 1. How's it feel to be back in TA2?
Yeah, good to be back. 2025 was off to a rocky start. We had that mishap in race 1 in Sebring after leading pretty much the whole race. So this is redemption. We're back with a really fast car again with this new Toyota body. Just looking forward to getting out there and running a good race.
Nice, I love it. Well, Tyler Gonzalez, look out for him in the other Camry, but we are going to be adding Camrys, I think, as the season goes. Rafa Matos, a lot of history here. 3 TA2 championships, the most winning driver in Cube 3 TA2 history with 25, but it all started here. You got your first win here. What year was that?
2018. Yeah, good memories from this track. It's a place that I really enjoy driving. Got my first win here. Super proud of the Silver Hair boys. I think the 57 Chevy Camaro Concord American Flag Pole Company is going to be extremely fast today. And I can't wait to get this started, and hopefully we'll pull out a win here today. I haven't had a really good race since I guess Motorsport last year, so I think it's time for a good one.
But we've talked about this. When you're running for a championship like you are, you had really bad luck and a fortunate incident at Sebring, but to be able to bring your car in the top 10, sometimes that's even more important than a win when the car feels perfect.
Most definitely, yeah. We savaged what we could at Sebring. It was an unfortunate incident. We got taken out by another competitor, but that's racing. We got a top 10 finish there, and we raced from there. It's a long season, it's a long championship. We will race throughout the summer, so that's also very difficult. So we'll be good.
Nice. Well, I love it. Well, before I send it back up to the booth, I just want to point out one driver, Will Robinson, racing here with the Ivy Asset Group. Established in 2009 quickly. Will, welcome to the Trans Am Series. I know you were with us at Sebring, but you're from the state of Wyoming, coming all the way over here to Georgia. How is it?
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, no, I actually was born in Georgia. We got a lot of family roots here, and I'm hoping that'll help me out in this race. The red clay's my home, and I love it, so I'm a huge fan of it. And Road Atlanta is probably one of my favorite tracks here with the elevation changes and the just diversity of the track. I'm super excited to be here, and being a rookie in this series is amazing.
I love it. Well, Will Robinson, Ralph, Adam, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Track is ready to go. Drivers are getting strapped in, so we're going to take a quick commercial break here. Thanks for watching live on Speed Sport 1. We will be right back for the start of our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know it can't be no matter how I try.
There is the green. Kind of surprising. Oh, he rockets by Sima. There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Welcome back live here on Speed Sport 1 as we get ready for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category from the twisty, challenging Road Atlanta circuit here in North Georgia. You know, this TA2 category is one of the most competitive that you'll see at a Mission Food Speed Tour event. The new series president, Andy Lally, had the opportunity to take a look and explain a little bit more about what you can expect to see in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 today.
The Trans Am Series is all about high horsepower and a big focus on the cars. The TA2 Series is driver development. We get a huge car count, we get great battles on track, and with me right now is Tristan McKee. He's a Chevrolet development driver, and he's gonna help tell me and you guys about what we do to make these TA2 cars fast and how you go about winning races here.
So yeah, we really have to be perfect with everything. You know, the competition is super stiff around here. So we really have to have all our cambers, air pressures, and everything right with our Pirelli P0s. You know, they're great tires, super reliable, super consistent throughout the race. We also have to make sure our balance is correct throughout the race, aero balance, mechanical grip, stuff like that, because race pace is super important. Sometimes we have long races with long runs, and sometimes we have caution-filled races like Sebring.
So you're playing with shocks, springs, you're adjusting rear wing, so that, and your thought is, maybe this is going to be a short run race with a lot of yellow, so I've got to be able to fire off really good. Or, man, maybe this is a race every year that doesn't have a lot of yellow, so I've got to have my rear tires still hooked up at the end of this race so I can come through these guys, right?
Yep, exactly. We missed it a little bit at Sebring. You know, we were expecting some long runs, so we had a little bit of a long run setup, and we just missed it because there was a lot of caution.
Gonzalez Snake, and another one around the 61 machine.
Our TA2 cars are over 500 horsepower, a little over 2,800 pounds. And so as a development driver and you're coming up through the ranks, being able to just rake, tow, Ackerman, all sorts of things on this. This is the full package. So I imagine you're working with engineers and learning as much as you can from them, right?
Yeah, I've learned a lot driving these cars. You know, I come from circle track world, so this is very different from what I'm used to. I'm really enjoying it.
So the difference from running the circle track cars to running the road course stuff, what has been your biggest thing that you've been learning with your driving style?
I've had to work on myself a lot because usually driver's fine, it's more the car, so I've had to, you know, redo all of my braking techniques because it's all different for this style of racing. So I've learned a lot doing this, and I think it's helped me a lot in the oval world, so I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Well,
thank you.
Good to see you, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
As far as our weather here today, absolutely beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky, temperatures in the mid-60s, and a slight breeze going straight across the front straightaway from the south to the north. Now let's head back down to Ben.
Well, thank you, Ralph. I'm here with Nick Middleton from Cube 3 Architecture in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Nick, take the mic and deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Well, good luck to everybody. Drivers, start your engines.
Great look at that brand new Toyota sitting right there, the Camry. Going to be fun to see how those two cars perform today. Of course, that's Thomas Annunziata right there, who's our pole winner, ready to go. So as we get set for round number 2 of 2025, let's
Yeah, massive field of cars here. I was fortunate enough to be in this field for a short amount of time, albeit, but it was it's always you know, this is attracting the competition. Obviously, is this class of racing. It's fun. It's fierce. Well, that was a rough one there for Rafa. A rough way to start his season there at Silver Hair. His reunited with Silver Hair, but gathered around and got it back through here. But yeah, that was I remember that one. that was a rough way to exit that race for us. But yeah, it's a lot of beautiful race cars out there, wonderfully prepared by these teams, and these, you know, the teams are everywhere from your, you know, upper echelon, super, you know, professional multi-car teams based out of hearts of racing like North Carolina and Indianapolis, and then you know, some of these are your weekend warriors coming out here and getting the best out of it. As we mentioned, some of that is in the Pro-Am style or Pro-Am class within our Q3 Architecture TA2 series. So as they're rolling off here onto pit road to start their formation laps, Ralph, this is an exciting time as a driver, starting to gather everything in your head of what kind of putting together your pseudo plan that's all going to go to toast here in just a few minutes.
Qualifying yesterday led to a very scary moment, which we want to show you about. Mia Lovell, who was running very well in her primary car, comes charging down through the hill, down through turn 12, and loses the car. Massive impact into the tire barrier. Thankfully, that tire barrier was there, Adam, because she took an incredibly hard hit, but the car did its job. The safety cell within the car protected her, the young 18-year-old driver, and that tire barrier did a phenomenal job as well of absorbing that impact. It seems to be some sort of a mechanical failure with the car that is what caused the incident, what we're hearing from the team. Mia was very sore as she got out of the car, but went and got checked out at the hospital. They said she's fine. She woke up today. She's all right. She was feeling good. Went to the autograph session. The team last night drove all the way back to Charlotte. Big Jim went all the way back to Charlotte, got a new car, drove all the way back down, got here very, very early in the morning. That's 4 hours each way. Crew was already at the track waiting on the arrival of the car, started switching things over, and she is going to tag the tail of the field today. Young 18-year-old Mia Lovell in that Nitro Racing number 40.
I mean, it's a definition of a racer, right, Ralph? But we already have a tire down on, looks like the 95? Is that the 95 car? It's really hard to tell, but it looks like we already have someone having a little bit of trouble out there. If it is the 95, that would be Tony Buffamante, TA2 Series champion from previous years. Looks like they might have.
I'm not sure what the problem is with that thing. It is smoking bad. While he's making his way back around, let's go ahead and show you our track map here. Give you an idea what the 2.54 mile, 12 turn Road Atlanta circuit looks like. It is definitely leaning on the far right,
that is the 12 of, Valentin Aguirre. He's the Argentine driver.
Okay, here's our track map, Adam. I think you're going to like this. It's going to give you a great indication of the elevation around here, which is pretty spectacular from inside the car.
It's a beautiful track map. As you enter here, Mission Foods, turn number 1, really fast, high commitment, going uphill, lots of grip, full throttle, up there to turn 2. You're completely blind. Looking up here, 865 feet we've climbed here to the peak of turn 3. Turn 3's got a big curve. You jump that sucker and lines you right up for turn 4. Into the S's, dropping almost 800 feet through turn 5, back up another 850 feet. Drop it down into turn 6. Another really tricky spot. We saw that and caused some trouble yesterday in the race. And then into turn 7. So important to get off of turn 7 here. Get down this back straightaway into the Mission Foods. 870-foot drop into Mission Foods, 10A, 10B. Then another 921 feet from there. You're going to drop down to turn 12 where we just saw Mia have her incident. Again, one of the just like turn 1, heavy commitment part of the track. If things go wrong, you do not have a small crash in that area.
If you forgot to pack your courage, this is not the weekend for you.
No, absolutely not. No, you need to bring every bit that you can get on you and then load some in your backpack while you're at it.
Yeah, right. See if you can buy some from the guy next door.
Exactly right.
All right, here's a look. Well, that's actually the results page from our endurance race. See if we can give you the starting lineup, at least the first few rows. Thomas Annunziata out of New Jersey is going to have the Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camry on the pole. Julian DaCosta in car number 30 out of Florida has the other Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang on row 1. And Nitro is actually going to claim the top 3 spots as Tyler Gonzalez from St. Cloud, Florida, has the second Toyota Camry on the inside of row 2. Then Rafa Matos is going to be right there in position number 4 from Boca Raton, Florida. Concord American Flagpole SHR Chevy Camaro. So the first of the bow ties right there. And then it's Adrian Vostovsky out of New York. The CMI Spot On Services AMT Motorsports Ford Mustang. And then we work our way as the grid comes up on the screen here with Boris said Jr. in his number 60, and you can read your way through the rest of the screen. And we're hearing broken suspension.
Oh, really?
Is why that car was all the way down to the
what
ground.
a shame for Valentin there. He's a great young man from Argentina. My car owner and TA, Claudio Burton, is actually an Argentine. So we went over, and they wanted to meet each other and get to know each other, and spent some time with him yesterday. I'm gutted for him. He's a very talented driver. I mean, we're looking for great things from him. So for his race to be over that early is an absolute shame. But we're all gridded up. We're 2x2 here, Ralph Sheehan, coming down the hill to start this race.
All right, here we go. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 live here on Speed Sport 1 from Road Atlanta, and we're green and racing.
Thomas already going into the protective spot there into turn 1. Make sure no one sneaks underneath him. Gets a clean run into 1. It looks like both his teammates trying to follow him up through into turn number 2 and 3. This is where it gets a little tricky and tight to go side by side as they fall into line here.
DaCosta moves into second in the all-black number 30 as the rest of the field scrambles to try to find a way through these very challenging Cube 3 Architecture S's, because there's plenty of wide racetrack, but it's easy, as you can see right there, to get offline, get up on the curbing, and really make a mess of things for yourself.
That was Mike Skeen and Noah Harmon there going side by side to the end of the S's there, and we already got another challenge here for the top 2 spot. This number 10 car, Tyler Gonzalez, is looking racy as he gets underneath his teammate in the 30 as they come out of turn number 7 and head down this long back straightaway. It looks like opened up the 30 car there of Julian DaCosta to get another attack from none other than Rafa Matos.
Yeah, that opened the door for Matos to come sliding up alongside. And now it's how much horsepower did you bring to the fight here today? Down this very long, winding backstretch. It's not a straightaway. There's big curves in there. Now here you come into Mission Foods turns 10A and B, where you climb to the highest point of the race.
This racing right here, this race for 3rd, 4th, 5th, is incredible. Rafa drops drops 2 wheels big off over there, and it opens up the door. But Adrian Vlastowski made a great run, and then they came up over the hill, and that opened the door for the 60 of Boris Said Jr., who has upped his game this year, has shown a lot more of his own gumption behind the wheel. We have one in the inside wall there, it looks like, on the front straightaway.
64 having issues.
So it looked like we had one laid up against the wall there on the inside of the front straightaway.
Matt Gray in that 64. Here's a good look at the 60. That is Boris Said Jr., the white car with Vostovsky right behind him. And as good a driver as Boris Said Jr. is, he's an even better entrepreneur. Has quite the business building up as a young man in his very, very early 20s. He's talking to his dad, Boris Said Sr., who's here. And I said, what does your son do really, really well? And I'm thinking he's going to say he's a great late breaker or something. Here's the car up along the inside wall as we go to the
It's like one of the silver hair cars there. I don't believe it. I know it's not Rafa, so this could be either Noah Harmon, or it could be they have another young driver over there, and I'm drawing a blank on who that is. But it could have been, I believe it might have been Noah. He was in a pretty heavy battle there.
Yeah, I can't see a number from
Mike
here.
Skeen, so
he's rolling. He's pulled away from that inside wall.
And it's kind of steering him right back to it. So I think he's got some definite damage going on the car that's going to keep him from. As I come across timing and scoring here, we'll get a definite on that to report to all everyone watching at home.
All right. Well, they're going to line everybody back up behind the pace car and clean up the incident here on the inside of the racetrack. You can see them moving some debris off the line. And we will step away for a short break from here at Road Atlanta. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series live on Speed Sport 1 when we come back after these words.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta. Skillman pack number 71 on the pit lane. That was Jordan Menson out of Delray Beach, Florida, in the Silver Hair Racing Chevy Camaro that brought out the caution, parking along the inside wall here on the front straightaway. Not sure what the problem is on the 71 here of Eric Clayton.
Yeah, Eric Clayton's in there, and yeah, this is my Indiana boy here. This is my fellow Indiana Hoosier here from Greenwood, Indiana. Eric's done a great job. He's been in the sport here, been in this series, in this class. And as we see the 12 of Valentine back on course, so they got rectified whatever the suspension problem was. And I don't know if they got him out before he went a lap down, but I imagine he still went a lap down on this, or at least is one or maybe 2 laps down. But still, for him, valuable time out there. And you know, these TA2 races, these Cube 3 architecture TA2 races, very much attrition too. There's so much that can go on here, and these are door-to-door battles. And these people don't mind. Drivers in this series don't mind calling up 5-star to order more body parts. Let's just put it that way.
So you've driven both categories, this and the TA series, the Trans Am. How different is it to drive the car fast?
It's entirely different. I mean, you know, the discipline in a TA car is the amount of power that you have, but you also have the grip, but it's at the same time it's a very violent car, so you feel like it wants to shake itself apart all the time. So where a TA2 Cube 3 architecture TA2 car, it's a different built road race car. It's built more in this you know, the found its foundation in oval track racing. This platform that we're on, been converted into a very stout, very capable race car, obviously, that we see on the track in front of us today. But you can literally drive these cars like a qualifying lap for 100 miles, and they'll put up with it. So that's what makes it such a great training tool for these young drivers that are coming through and looking to make a career for themselves, and also great for these pro-ams that are out here that are just want to have a great fun race car to drive, a high horsepower GT car that doesn't break the bank, you know. And that's one of the biggest things. It's so cost effective to be in this class of racing. You cannot, the bang for your buck for GT racing, you can't find it anywhere else than you can, and I say in both TA and in this Cube 3 architecture TA2 series.
Let's get more on the story with the 71. Ben, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're watching right here the Ray Skillman Auto Group with Adrian Lostowski's team Fast Auto. That's Eric Clayton and the Ray Skillman Auto Group, a great auto group out of the Indianapolis, Central Indiana area. Unfortunate for Eric Clayton, looks like he's having a mechanical, but if I can get our camera operator to follow me, we see there, back there, the number 5, the silver hair car of Denson, getting loaded up on the wrecker and going around. So we should be coming back to green now. But Adam, I've got a question for you, Adam Andretti. You know about this. You get to a good start, you get into a rhythm, and then an immediate double yellow. What does that do for the driving psyche? Back to you.
I don't know if you could hear his
Yeah,
question, but he was wondering about a double yellow after we just got underway. How tough is it for you to, quickly get back and find your rhythm again?
No, that's a good question. And here at Road Atlanta, an ultimate rhythm track for a driver, it's really a big break for you to because you're gung ho, right? Your adrenaline's up, your heart rate is up, you're ready to go, and then immediately you bring that heart rate right back down because the yellow comes out, and then you start assessing what you might have felt in the car in just the first few laps. But it can mess with your rhythm. These are professionals out here, so these youngsters too. They have short-term memories. They'll clean it out and they'll get up there. As you see the 40 car with some damage.
Yeah, that's Mia Lovell.
Front of it. So yeah, she coming through the pack, coming in the back there, you get bottled up and it's kind of hard to see. But they'll find their rhythm and again, a caution isn't what you exactly want to see, but this is also kind of par for the course for our TA2 races here.
I wanted to ask you about Mia again. This is her backup car after a very, very massive impact yesterday coming through turn 12. Fortunately, if you're just tuning in, she is okay, a little sore, but at 18 years old, she's
that
made
helps.
of rubber, right? You
Yeah.
can bounce around pretty good, and she is fighting her way back through this. And you spent some time talking to her because, unfortunately, you had to go through a similar type of situation at our season opener at Sebring. What did you tell her?
The biggest thing was the mental part of it, is to erase whatever was going on mentally. Physically, I told her the challenges aren't going to really affect her. She's 18 years old, so she bounces more than we do, as me in my mid-40s. But that was a heavy, heavy hit, and she hit driver's side, which is like the last thing you ever want to do in these cars. Pretty incredible that she, and this is another replay of it for those of you that might have missed it. You're going to see her come right into picture here, saving it, and just slaps that sucker right there. That's a violent hit. I cannot even express to you. So this is a tough young driver. She's a tough cookie, professional skateboarder by trade. So you know how tough those folks are, and those athletes are incredible. So, and I have a ton of respect for them. So it was the mental side. It was, you got to clear that out. Like for me at Sebring, I didn't even look at my tire marks until my cool down lap, like I was telling you, because I did not want even that to be in my mind. I didn't want it deep into my subconscious. The pace car is off, and it looks like we're going green here, Ralph.
Here we go, charging down the hill through turn number 12, headed back to the green flag, and we are underway once again here at Road Atlanta.
The one person that did not want that caution was Thomas Annunziata. Because of the battle that was going on behind him, he had broke off to an over a second lead. And here at Road Atlanta, that's like an eternity. So right now he's got his teammate, Tyler Gonzalez, right up the tailpipes of his Toyota Camry in the front.
Wow, did you see how much curbing Thomas used through that the beginning of the Cube 3 architecture S's there? And it really sent that car flying. It must have moved half a lane.
Honestly, that's how you know you've hit it perfect. That's the craziest thing.
Is that how far you want to go?
Yeah, you want that thing to just kind of toss you off, and it lands you right next to the curb there, and you cut the wheel to the left to make turn 4, hug that curb all the way, and then drop down into those Cube 3 S's. But you can see it didn't hurt Thomas, right? Like he gained a gap through the S's and has maintained that gap out of turn 7 here. So Thomas and Tyler have really just broken away from DaCosta here at Matos, and I'm sure Rafa is sitting back there like just chomping at the bit, like, okay, let's go, Julian. If not, I'm going to go ahead and dive underneath you. As you see him drafting, tucking up the nose underneath of DaCosta there.
Okay, so you said there's a lot to learn about Mission Foods turns 10A and B right here. I don't want you to give away all your secrets, as we see Rafa just behind these two making a move for third. But what's the key to getting through there well?
So if you noticed yesterday, when Matthew even got the advantage on me in 10A, I was able to hold speed around him on 10, around the outside of 10A, and then I had the preferred line in 10B.
Wow,
so,
look at that.
That's Noah.
That's all 4 wheels off and then some.
And he brought it together. Noah Harmon doing a great job of keeping that thing on the track. He got
Thornborough taking advantage of it and picking up a position in the 15.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did exactly what you need to do in that situation, is be like a shark and attack. And that's what he did. He took that open door as a drone shot gets over our leader here again, Thomas Annunziata. He's getting himself a little bit of gap on Tyler here, and then these two seem to be in a class of their own in their new Camrys here.
And what do you think of the new Toyota? You like it?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. It's exciting to have Toyota within here and within the series. I know there's rumors and works of getting it into the TA class as well. So that could be right around the corner, and I'm sure it's no secret I'm sure you could guess who might be wheeling that sucker, but nonetheless, it's the Camry is, first of all, it screams Americana, because it has been the #1 selling car in America for, I don't even know now. It seems like forever. So
built here too.
It's
right?
built here. It's built in Kentucky. So it's a very, very solid American product. We're on board here with Adrian Vlastowski. He's inside a Ford Mustang here, chasing down Mike Skeen in front of him in that Guthrie's Garage #2 SLR machine here. And you know, these two drivers here are two drivers that I love racing with the most. I love racing with Adrian. Adrian is the type of driver that you can be side by side with, lap after lap, and you just don't trade paint, and no one drives dirty, and but he has speed. So he's sitting up here in a good position here. He's in P8 right behind Mike Skeen, and Mike Skeen is one of the best in the business. There's a reason why he's here as well, and he's really excited for this new venture. I spent some time with him this weekend, and his girlfriend Kelly, and what they're doing here, and with Guthrie's Garage, and what Jim is doing, and just another really great group of people putting it together and being out here to compete. But yeah, Adrian here getting a good run into turn 6 through 7. Then we're watching the gap again. The two Toyotas taking off away from Julian DaCosta. Julian is I think this is only like his 4th or 5th start in this series, and already proven to, you know, last year he had done some starts with SLR. I believe those were his first 3 starts, and then made the move over to Nitro Motorsports. And let's face it, Nitro Motorsports, their record here in this series over the last couple of years is just remarkable. Is about the only word you can come up with, and Nick and the gang and what they put together here.
Another lap in the books. Let's give you the top 10 real fast. Annunziata, Gonzalez, DaCosta, Matos, and Boris Jr. in the top 5. Then it's Corey, Skeen, Vostovsky, McKee, and Thornborough in your top 10. As we work 32 laps remaining here in our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, presented by Pirelli. Of course, if you're new to the series, everybody in Cube 3 Architecture, as well as the Trans Am series, running Pirelli tires.
And the fastest car on track that last lap was Tyler Gonzalez, and he was faster than the leader by a 1/4 of a second. So his car's coming in, tire pressures are up, tire temps are up, and it's ready. You know, it's in attack mode.
Adam, this is the least amount of wind we've seen here all weekend, and the highest temperatures we've seen all weekend right now. When we got here on Friday, temperatures were in the 30s in the morning and didn't get above really 40 throughout the course of the day, and the wind was howling. Today, light wind, no clouds, and we're looking at upper 60s. How's that going to change things?
It's gonna make it a lot easier. The wind, you know, my Uncle Mario always said the wind will scare you, but it won't crash you. So it's scary when the wind hits you, but if you try to adjust around it, you're going to put yourself in shame in a bad place. But then you look here at this battle for the PA,
oh boy,
the Pro-Am. This is Keith Prochuk leading Pro-Am right now, and Barry Bowes in second. But these temperatures, as you spoke of, these are by far the highest track temperatures we've had all weekend long. So it's going to be a grip battle. Towards the end of this race, when this place gets greasy and slimy and the tires are gone.
And we got one off here.
The double zero.
The double zero. Odrick.
That's Jared Odrick. Yeah, I hate to see that, but he got himself out. And I tell you, that's a feat in of itself.
Oh, yeah.
To get out of the gravel here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, it is a feat in itself to do that. So good for him, Jared, to get back out there. We see catch back up with the leaders. Nothing has changed up here. Thomas, if anything, has opened up a little bit of a gap. He answered. Remember I said Tyler was the fastest car on track. He answered on that lap by being the faster by Tyler by over a second. So he has pulled himself, a positive 1.5, almost 2-second gap over Tyler Gonzalez. So this is allowing Thomas Annunziata, your colleague yesterday, to sit pretty free and breathe easy up there, which is great.
He did a good job.
And I think the world of that young man. I think Thomas Annunziata is another great talent that we've seen come up through this series. I put him on the same level as I put the other great young talent through with Connor Zillage and Brent Cruz, our champion from a couple years back. So
more wheels being tipped off, and it looks like some debris getting. It's Sabato.
We got Roberto Sabato.
That's way too much Georgia red clay on the front windshield to be any good.
That's not what you're looking for. And I believe was that in the S's? that we saw that in the Q3
It's got to
S's?
be in the S's because it's not anywhere around here.
We'll probably be seeing, judging by that, we'll be seeing a.
And Boris, we got one spinning coming down the hill
and
collecting
Tom
another
Sheehan.
car.
And snaking through there is Mia.
Holy cow, Mia. What a move, Mia Lovell.
I'm telling you, Mia, if that doesn't rebuild your confidence, young lady, I don't know what will.
Nothing. That was a stellar move. And you know what, Adam? She didn't lift. She stayed on it. She drove through it.
She kept her foot in it. And this is, mind you, this is the point that took her out yesterday.
Yes.
And she approached that with some incredible courage. So well done, young lady.
Yeah, very strong.
Hate to see this for Tom Sheehan. He's one of our Pro-Am competitors. He is the only person that's been in this class of racing since the very inception of it. So to see his day end like this, it looks like it's probably ended. Is a darn shame, but what an awesome just drive through that wreck that we just saw from Mia Lovell. That was pretty incredible.
I just happened to glance up off of the monitor towards turn 12 and saw that all unfolding and just grabbed my attention. Wow, that was.
And earlier I made a missed call where the 12 had a suspension problems. I said it might have been John Buffamante, and obviously it was not. John just actually drove by us, but he's out there circulating for his family, friends, and fans. More importantly, my apologies for that missed call there. But we're back.
I'll tell you what, Barry wowed me under braking going into Mission Foods 10A there. He really ran it in deep, but he woed it down.
Junior that's taping up the front of his car. The biggest, most important thing here is to see him working on the brake ducts up here, Ralph, and the fans at home. This brake duct super important. You have a couple of very big braking episodes, as you mentioned here, 10A, 10B here, the Mission Foods 10A, 10B. So making sure that duct work is getting good, clean air to the brakes is super, super important.
Ben, we got a lot of activity down there on pit road. How's everything going?
You can come to me for the pit lane. Oh, I'm down here in the pits. Thank you. We're looking at Boris Sed's car here. Boris Sed's coming in. The Nitro team is working on it very well. I hope somebody wipes that windshield. So you can see there that the duct is not now going to be connected. So he might have some overheating brakes out there if they go back out. The team worked very hard, but I'm going to think that he's going to have some visibility issues looking through all that dirt. I can see a lot of dirt on there. Now we move up here to Mike Cope's team with Tom Sheehan running in the Pro-Am Championship. Always one of our best drivers, the Ironman Mike Sheehan. You can see that they had to replace this tire. All of this happening right here. You can see it just ripped it right out, right off of all of the screws. And now they're working through here, the whole front end. We can get up here and get out of their way, but the whole front end is damaged. You can see fluid water leaking out of the radiator right here on the ground. But the Mike Cope team, they never give up. We saw that with Thomas Merrill a few years ago at VIR. They will do everything they can within their power to get Tom Sheehan back out on course. And then I see Valentin getting out. Let's try to talk to Valentin and all of his friends in the beautiful country of Argentina. Ask him what happened. You can see Valentin here. I can hear hissing coming out of here, so we've got a lot of front end damage. Valentin, man, I'm so sorry because you're running really well. You're so fast. Seems like you've got some bad luck.
Thank you. Yeah, no, the suspension was broken before the race start, and nothing. After that, just I don't know, we try to do something with.
Now say something to your friends watching in Argentina.
Ojalá podamos volver y que sea con más suerte.
All right, gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
All right, we were talking about the craziness. Oh, this is a 10B, Mission Foods 10B.
Oh,
that's
Mike
Boris
Skeen.
said Jr.
And Mike Skeen.
Getting into Mike Skeen. So that's how that unfolded. We didn't get to see that live.
Mike doing a good job too of getting out of that. Here's a 61 of Roberto Sabato, and that seemed like that's the one that kicked up all the dust. You can see all the Georgia clay up against the wall, and also involved. It looks like the 8 car here. So you know, with those two being involved in here, Rob Clifton, but we don't know exactly what happened here between Rob and Roberto Sabato, so we won't speculate. They were both probably, I believe, would be fighting for position in the Pro-Am side of things. So, but it's a shame to see. You know, as a driver, I know what that feeling is when your day is over, and it's just you get gutted for them. I have so much respect for each one of these individuals out there to do this job. That you know, when your day is over, and it's whether it's your doing or not your doing or victim of circumstance, it doesn't make anything any easier. So they got the Sawzalls out at Cope, and they're trying to get Tom Sheehan. This is Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Ironman. Tom Sheehan back out on the racetrack to get some of those valuable Pro-Am points, as he is always in the hunt for the championship of the Pro-Am style things. But yeah, it's again, don't want to see Tom's day come to an end, and obviously this group here at Mike Cope doesn't want to see that either. They're going to go through as many Sawzall blades as they need to.
Yeah, that's never a good thing when the Sawzall is out, right?
No.
That's Mia Lovell back on pit road as well.
Looks like they're just doing some cosmetic, which that's a shame. She must have been having some overheating, as I imagine. They need to get her out, though, to keep her on the lead lap right now. They're rolling her right now, I see. So that's going to keep her on the lead lap. But she relinquishes the top 20 position at that point.
Yeah, she had fought her way back to 20th. And also, you know, that is a backup car, so they're probably still dialing it in a little bit, right?
Yeah, there is that as well. And again, where they were working on the front of the car with the cosmetics, I imagine airflow to the front. Again, as you mentioned, this is the hottest day we've had all weekend. So a little bit, no one knows exactly where their temperatures are going to be, braking temperatures, engine temperatures, because we haven't had this kind of condition. We've had heavy winds hitting the front. We've had cool winds from the north hitting us most of the weekend. So this is a different ball game for them all, and that's probably why we're seeing not only the attrition but all the real trouble that we've seen on track. It's uncharacteristic of this class of racing.
Yep. Well, it was the big story coming into the weekend, the brand new Toyota Camry bodies coming into Cube 3 Architecture TA2 presented by Pirelli, and right now they have dominated the weekend. Started on the front row and leading 1 and 2 here.
They haven't looked back, have they? I mean,
no.
let's give credit where credit is due. These are two very fast race car drivers. Inside,
yeah, they put them in the hands of the right guys too,
inside
right?
of these Camrys. So, you know, when you look at Thomas Nunciata and Tyler Gonzalez, this is not, you know, they didn't find them delivering pizzas last night and say, hey, you want to take a shot at this? So these are two heavily committed young individuals with a lot of support behind them for a reason.
And I said they were on the front row. They were 1 and 3.
That's right. Yeah. Because
they got to 1 and 2 right away.
Yeah, Julia DaCosta in the Ford went ahead and split them. So when you look at overall speed, as Mia's going to catch up with this field right now, right in front of us. But and Boris said Junior's going back out with no hood on, old modified style from back in the day. But going to get out there and get some laps in, get some valuable points as it is.
Well, you don't have to worry about the cooling to the engine now, right?
No. There's just
that's
slippery,
pretty much good.
The slippery down the air is what you're worried about. And what we're seeing here probably, too, is Mia, as she was hitting terminal velocity down that back straightaway, I'm guessing where they also taped, she might have had that nose separation, and it's a vibration like you can't even fathom. I mean, it'll knock the fillings right out of your teeth when that front wants to shake loose. So that might have been also, too, what they were trying to secure for her to make that a more comfortable drive.
Well, we got a little bit of time here, too. So tell me now, points leader. You got a little bit of a gap between Race 2 and Race 3, but then it's back-to-back weekends at Sonoma and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So what's the mindset?
You know, is to keep doing what we're doing, consistent finishes. You know, you'll be awfully tough to beat for this championship if you can continue to just rack up podiums like we are. So That's our goal, is to keep doing what we're doing and keep taking advantage of any of our fortune that we're having. Is try not to have any more bad luck.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing.
All right, well, they got another lap or so to go under the pace car, so we'll take care of some business. Stay with us for more racing. Cube 3, TA2, Road Atlanta, next.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Atlanta, as we get set to get back underway live here on Speed Sport 1 with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli. Ralph Shaheen, Trans Am Series by Pirelli points leader Adam Andretti with me as well, and Ben Sissel, brought to you by Ben Sissel.
Brought to you by Ben Sissel.
That's
the one
right.
and
That's
only.
all you need.
He's the only Grammy winner I know.
A two-time Grammy
winner. On top of that, coming to green here, we got Thomas Annunziata leading Tyler Gonzalez, Julian DaCosta, our Nitro top three, followed closely by that silver hair racing machine of Rafa Matos, last year's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion, the only three-time Series champion in this series, the overall win leader of this series. He is really Mr. TA2, is Rafa Matos, sitting there in P4 right now.
One of the things that's been so impressive about Thomas Annunziata here today is his starts. He has been lightning quick on the restarts.
And you know, that's what I admire so much about this young man's ability is when these cars are firing off right here at the beginning, this is when you can make the difference. And this is when it's the hardest time to make the difference. Tires are cold, brakes are cold, you drop tire pressure because of all those things that I just said. And he lights them up and he goes off and he pulls these gaps every time. And another little shout I want to give is to Sam Corey. Sam Corey started P9, has worked his way up to P5, been very, very clean, very methodical, very quiet. We haven't said his name at all. And he's another Nitro car, just making his way through the field. I spoke to him earlier in the day, and he was feeling very good about his chances. His overall long race pace was really, really good. And that's really the Nitro thing, the foundation that they have. Not only they have that one-lap pace that gets them qualifying well, and as we've just talked about, these cars firing off, but they also have really good long-run pace, and that is the whole key to these 100-mile Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series races. I will say Tyler Gonzalez on this restart has tightened the belts up and has gotten up on that wheel, and he is right on the tailpipes of the Toyota Camry of our leader and points leader, Thomas Annunziata.
Want to update you that the 97 and the 12 have both retired due to radiator issues, and the 71 is done due to fuel-related problems.
Oh, that's what happened to Eric then. So Eric Hayton was fuel related. So either fuel pump failed or the pickup sometimes they come dislodged. So that's a shame for him again. My Hoosier buddy there that didn't get quite to get the 100 miles in, and anybody that's what you're here to do. You go through the whole weekend, you work hard, you go through the whatever adverse conditions, anything that you might have gone through, and you're just there to get those 100 miles in. And when you can't get the 100 miles in, it's just so deflating.
Yeah.
And then you got to wait a whole another month, and we got to go cross country to get to California before we get to do it all over again.
And Boris said Jr. is back on pit road, smoke coming out now. The 16 is his struggle through the day continues.
So yeah, his one lap pace has come up exponentially, and all that. The next part of his game that he has to really clean up is getting those cars home, getting those cars through the 100 miles clean, all the fenders on it, all the body work on it nice and clean, and then that's going to be the next level of his game. He's showing the speed that he needs to show. Now it's completing the whole other part of the process. We're back on board with Adrian Blazkowski. That was a big jump by the 70 car of Sam Corey as he went underneath a little like Rafa Matos and took away that fourth position.
Yeah, Matos was all kinds of sideways coming over the curbing there, and Adrian did a great job of staying off of him. And Matos again dipping the rear wheel. And you know, one of the things, Adam, about watching cars here, and when you do dip a wheel, especially coming onto the front straightaway out of 12, get a wheel or two off there, it kicks up a massive cloud of that Georgia red clay. It's incredibly difficult to see through it, isn't it? Because it's just so thick in the air.
And you're flying blind. And then if you had any kind of moisture debris on the windshield from fluids that'll drop off, it sticks to the windshield like glue.
Watch
but look
this.
at this move.
There's that dust, and look at Matos' car kick way sideways, and Rafa, the champion that he is, gathers it back right up and gets back in the gas.
You could grab more curve than what Sam grabbed there, that's for sure. And yeah, beautiful move by Adrian. As I mentioned earlier, I don't hide on how I feel about Adrian Blazkowski and what a good driver he is. Back to this Pro-Am battle for the lead in Pro-Am. This is we're on board the 27 of Barry Bowes, and then he's right behind the 9 of Keith Prochek. But this isn't just a Pro-Am lead. This is also to try and crack into that top 10. Keith Prochek is right behind Mike Skeen, a former champion here. So, you know, when you talk about these Pro-Am, you know, individuals, and they get to, you know, that's bragging rights when they go home. They're like, you know, I was right there I was up the tailpipes of Mike Skeen, you know, our previous champion. I believe it was 2020 when he was our champion. So,
and those two have been running nose to tail for quite a while, following each other up through the pack.
It's going to be that's going to be a battle to watch as these laps wind down. We got 22 remaining here of the 40. So as they wind down, as we're starting to creep up on the halfway point, that Pro-Am battle, I believe, is going to heat up some divisions.
And Annunziata's a second quicker on that last lap, almost a second and a half quicker.
That's incredible. I mean, he is making a statement. That is sitting there telling your competitors, your teammates that, hey, I'm the leader of this group. I'm not only the points leader of the series. I'm the guy you have to chase all around. And then when you got to spend time with him yesterday. I mean, he, as good as he is on the track, he's just such a great young man as well, Thomas. And his father, Tommy, I've gotten to know them pretty well over the last couple of years. Actually, how I met Thomas Annunziata was he wrecked me at Sebring, and it wasn't 100% his fault. It was a 50-50. I was crowding him. I was testing the young driver to see if I could make him flinch, Ralph, and that young driver didn't flinch. He showed no respect for this older guy, and that's what really kind of started our friendship. I've been sharing the racetrack with him, so I could see the raw talent that he had, and then I had some, you know, I like to think of myself along with others out there to give some words of wisdom to these young drivers. You know, these young drivers, they won't appreciate until they get later on in their career that they had to beat this guy, Rafa Matos, that they had to beat an Adrian Blazkowski, that they had to beat a Mike Skeen, because that made them better drivers for when they go to the next level and they have to beat, you know, like the Kyle Larsons of the world, so to speak.
Yeah. And Thomas Annunziata out of Colts Neck, New Jersey.
Well, they build drivers up there apparently, because he's one heck of a one. And you look at it, his experience level for his age is not he did not start karting at 7 years old, 9 years old, not even at I think he was like 15, 16 years old when he first started. So he started relatively late, and his game is right there. Like he is, as we're seeing, like in these first 2 races of the season, he has shown his cars to be, he's going to be the man to beat this year. Sam Corey, he made that pass on Matos, and to his credit, has dropped Matos. Has climbed away and has started to go after the Julian DaCosta, his teammate. But we're looking at an all-nitro top 4, and we have said that a lot over the last couple of years here in this Q3 Architecture TA2 series. So doing a lot of good over there. They're in the heart of the talent pool there in North Carolina. Has a lot. Silverhair is located there as well. So when you can attract that great talent, it's mechanical talent. It makes it all that. It looks like Adrian's really hounding.
He's pushing him hard.
Yeah, he's hounding Rafa here. And what I love about this race that's getting ready to transpire between these two, I've been racing with these two for a long time, and you can race either of these guys side by side. They will race clean. They will race smart. But Rafa seems to be hanging on to a very loose race car right now. And with half this race gone, if it's loose already, that's only going to magnify it as we continue to go and the tires burn off and the grease starts to hit the track more.
Yeah, but he did, even with an ill-handling car like that on the back end of it, he's still able to get a pretty decent drive out of 7 and holds on the top spot all the way down to Mission Foods turn 10A.
And that's what matters here, right? I mean, that is your #1 spot. Otherwise, you have to do things like we saw Sam do and get pretty sketchy up there at the top of the hill. But we're pretty spread out here with the top 5. Looks like Adrian wants to take a peek.
Pulls back in line.
Yeah, and a driver that's got less experience, some of those young drivers, you can take that peek. You can ride out of their cage because they're driving out of the mirror. But Rafa Matos, you're kind of wasting the steering wheel space. But but nonetheless, Adrian's trying everything he can to get that sniff. Adrian's another great story within our paddock. He owns the only race service shop in the Manhattan tri-state area. He's in downtown. He's in New York. He's in New York City. So imagine the logistics of getting big semis with race cars in and out of the city. It's really fun to hear him talk about some of that and how they get through. But he's got a great group of people that work down there within his organization. He also has some Pro-Am talent that work out of his tent. Doug Winston being one of those. He drives the number 98, Bring Back the Trades Ford Mustang that I'm sure you've seen many times in our coverage, and it's a very noble cause that bring back the trades and encouraging the youth that is not really finding academia in school all that great and looking to work with their hands a little bit more and go right into the trades.
Look at the speed that Adrian Vostovsky was showing down that long back section, approaching 160 miles an hour as he made his way off the gas into the brake.
It's bad fast here at Road Atlanta. I mean, this is one of the fastest places we go. Road America obviously holds that title, but
all right, so which is more daunting? The kink at Road America or turn 12 at Road Atlanta?
Turn 12 at Road Atlanta. Yeah, I'd say turn 12 at Road Atlanta. Consequences are similar for both.
Oh yeah.
But turn 12, you've got a hill that's just pushing you towards it.
Yeah.
Here
and you're staring straight at it as you're coming through there too. But you do that at the kink too.
You do that at the kink, but the kink too, like the kink's got some, they both have their characteristics. So I'll be honest with you, I hold my breath through both.
Yeah, right.
But I'd say this turn 12 in a TA car, you're coming down and you feel like you can hold it flat out, and then your conscience takes over and says, no, it's not right. But it looked like Matt Gray there was a little bit slow there in the yellow car, the yellow Mustang that had just gone by, that just gone out of coverage. But some good fights throughout the field. We return to the battle that we have here on board with Adrian Vostowski in this CMI Ford Mustang. It's a beautiful livery car. It does great justice with the camera on track. And get back out here and take a look at the front just to get an update on that. We've looked at Thomas Annunziata, absolutely just putting on a clinic. Tyler Gonzalez is about a good half a second, 0.6 of a second off of him lap by lap. So the gap just seems to be growing there. The gap I'm really watching is this DaCosta to Sam Corey gap. Sam, this young man, only 17 years old, and is staring down as a podium. He's got very little experience in the series. Comes from open wheel. Comes from the IndyCar. He was looking at IndyCar, and And then I don't know if he woke up one day and said, well, NASCAR looks like it's got more seats than IndyCar. And he decided to trade in the open cockpit for a top over his head. And he's here doing a fantastic job, Ralph.
Watching Pro Chuck there in the 9 with Bose right behind him. Most of the shots we'd had of that fight had been from the cockpit of Bose's car. Looking at the back of Pro Chuck. The Pro Chuck has been under a lot of pressure for a long time, and the driver in that number 9 has done a nice job, that HP Tuner's back entry, keeping the rest of them back behind him.
Yeah, he certainly has. And then I tell you what's going to add a little bit of a wrench in this is you got Caleb Bacon, and he's a national points competitor, so Caleb could really care less that they're sitting there in a Pro-Am battle. He's going to want to fight through both of those, not only for the overall spot, but also so he can maybe go climb and grab another spot. Barry Bose showing his nose there on Keith Prochuk, down the back straightaway into the Mission Foods 10A, 10B complex. As you stated, Barry Bose, one of the very latest on the brakes through there, getting a good run up through here, through turn 12 as well.
And that battle is basically 11th, 12th, and 13th as they charge off into Mission Foods turn number 1.
And it's good to have Caleb Bacon back in this series. He had been absent, and he actually, I believe, was one of ours that had to start at the tail of the field here, so he's made his way up very, very well, and is having himself a great race in his return back here to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. To keep up on the Mia Lovell story as well, she has cracked the top 20 again. She's in P19. She has turned a best lap time of a 126.4, so she is getting her feet back underneath her and getting herself back up to speed. But she's got a couple battles up ahead of her, but she would have to fight pretty hard. It's got about 9-second gap to Kel Phillips, which would be her next position.
We want to update you as well that the 60 of Boris Said Jr. has finally retired due to the crash damage, and the 34 has retired. The engine has given up in that car.
Well, that's a shame. Again, to see anybody, their hard work, it's gone for the weekend. That's tough to see.
Whoa, one car sliding off at Mission Foods turn 10A and B to the right, and it looks like he gathered it back up.
Yeah, it looks like it was that Rafa?
No, it wasn't Rafa.
No, Noah Harmon. That looked like it might have been a silver hair car. It might have been Noah Harmon right here, who's now just in front of this battle. So that could have been Noah Harmon. He is a national competitor. So again, he doesn't have a dog in this fight that's behind him, but he's not going to care either. So, but what that does do, it brought him closer to Caleb Bacon, and that would be for a national points paying position. So this right here, this little 4-car battle has got a lot of intricacies to it.
Yeah, 2 different fights going on in there, right?
Yeah, absolutely there is.
It's 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th overall. But as you're watching on the screen, the first car, the silver one, is actually fighting in class with the last car in our train there.
That's right.
And then the 2 in the middle are battling each other.
That's right. So this could really gear up to be something quite exciting to watch. Again, a little update here on what's going on in front.
And we got another one around.
That's out of turn 7.
Yep.
So the good news is the cars that are approaching are not approaching at great speed. The bad news is they can't see it.
Yeah.
So once you come around there, you're flying blind. You got to trust these flagmen and women here. The corner workers here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta are some of the best. They do a great job. You can see Thomas has not stopped pushing.
No.
I mean, the guy, he just
ran a 126.452.
Yeah, he just dropped 2 wheels there on the exit of turn 12, so he is still pushing.
And he's got Gonzalez up to 3.642 seconds now.
Also, let's give a shout out to the youngster, Tristan McKee, only 14 years old. We saw him, in that piece with Andy Lawley, our new president of the series of Trans Am as a company. Talking about the value of the series and what he's seeing for his future in it. So, shout out to him running P7. He's doing a really good job out there. He's turning very competitive lap times. So good job, good on you, Tristan, and great to have you in the series. You're right now leading around not only like a pseudo teammate in Mike Skeen, but also, like I mentioned, a former champion in this series, a great champion, great driver. He actually, I can't believe the contact that he took from Boris Jr. earlier. The rear end took a heck of a shot that he hasn't had any kind of mechanical failures or any kind of mechanical issue from that. So
yeah, he's running an 8th.
Yeah, he's doing a good job there in P8. I know for Mike Skeen, that's not where he wants to be. He is a front runner, perennial front runner. So for him to be there is not satisfying, but considering. So we got to.
Here's the one that happened at 7.
So that looks like Matt Gray, and it looks like he just got up on some curve there with a little bit too much of that, 500 plus horsepower coming to the rear wheels.
And here's what it looks like. You talked about the line. Bostovsky right behind here.
And you just miss him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see him, and then you're blinded by the car in front of you because you really can't see anything when you're tucked up underneath. And it looks like Caleb Bacon has gotten around Barry Bowes. It has split up this group a little bit. So now Caleb got that little bit of a sniff, I think, from Noah's mistake, and it lit a fire underneath him, and he's out there laying down some lap times. Business as usual for Thomas Annunziata up front. He's got some dirt in the grill. I don't know where he'd have picked that up, but if I were his team, I'd be advising, if I saw that, I'd be advising him, keep that thing on the track. You don't need to be pushing.
Yep.
You can maintain this gap that you have. You have a 4-second gap right now, and his lap times are been consistently, about a half a second to a quarter of a second faster than Tyler Gonzalez. So. And that's almost right on cue, right? I was just talking about Doug just a moment ago, so sorry to hear that his race is over as well. And, I don't think he's the first fuel pump issue I think we've had today. So something to go investigate there possibly. Don't know if they share same fuel cell manufacturer or whatnot. This is a pass right here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, he's behind Tristan right here, and Tristan off big time.
And now Vostovsky will get by going into Mission Foods turn number 1.
And I tell you what, right there, that's the kind of stuff that could tuck a splitter on these cars and cause a big problem. I don't want to harp too much on Sebring for me, but that's what kind of caused that is definitely what caused Will Robinson to come into contact with me, is his splitter tucked underneath the front end, and he lost all steering and all brakes. So got to be very careful when you're doing that kind of off-road excursions here, that you don't tuck the splitter. He might be looking for that John Deere sponsorship, but knowing what I know about Gamebridge, I'm sure he's well supported there. So that's a good thing there. He collected it. Now he's got bigger problems. He's got Mike Skeen again to worry about, and Adrian puts Adrian right back up underneath Rafa Matos back into that battle.
Well, and the challenge is he went off at 10, right? So you're trying to gather it up, but you're coming into a very fast section, trying to find your rhythm and everything. It's almost difficult to gather it back up that quick, and that's the way you make another simple mistake coming through 12, right?
That's exactly right, and not to mention the dirt on your tires.
Yeah.
You got all this debris and junk on your tires, and that's what cost him so much time. He wanted to fight on the outside, but to fight any harder than he was fighting right there, it was going to cost him a finish of the race. He kept the composure. He's on track, and he's P7 still. He can live to fight another day. So good on you, Tristan McKee. That was a move that was beyond your years.
The 95 is officially out. That was transmission issues for Bufamonte.
And this has turned out to be one heck of an attrition race. We've only got now, I believe, 22 cars.
Oh, we got one off here
in the field.
Drivers
left.
That's
Noah Harmon.
Harmon car, the Street Side Classic back entry.
And Streetcar Classics, this is...
and another one off here.
That's Matt Gray again.
Yeah, Mission Foods turns 10A and B.
Matt Gray again. So back to Speedcar Classics, and I know that they're here to watch their drivers.
Donna and Bob, the owners.
Yeah, so it's a shame to see Noah's day come to a premature end like that. I know that they were hoping for great things, and he was having an excellent race. I mean, he was in the top 10, so showing great promise there. So sorry to hear that for Noah.
Yeah, great folks there at Street Side Classics. Here's the pass for the Pro-Am lead.
Well, no, this isn't the pass for the Pro-Am lead. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It looked like Keith, Keith had a little lockup there when he had Caleb getting underneath him and had a little lockup there. And what did we just get done saying? That Caleb, that this battle was going to affect this Pro-Am battle. Caleb doesn't care that they got their own race going on. No, sir. But you look back there, now Keith is sitting here, spent that whole race, as you so look at him sliding that thing up the hill there.
Yeah.
But as you pointed out, Ralph, he ran that whole race, Keith did, that keeping that car in front, keeping it in front of Barry, and now
He
Barry
did a great job.
has seemed to have broke free of him and clamped onto the back of Caleb Bacon here. Caleb cracked himself in the top 10, so another shout out to him here. He's driving the wheels off that thing. That is not a friendly handling race car.
Here's that pass again, but from on board with Bose.
Oh, see that? Keith got a little bit of the front tire in the dirt in the braking zone.
Doesn't take much,
It doesn't take much. We saw that yesterday with the 3-car of Paul Menard. Got a little bit of dirt on the front there in turn 6, and that was all she wrote. I think it was a tire that was going down that pushed him over there, the dirt. But it nonetheless, once you get that Georgia clay, as you keep referring to, it hurts you.
Caution is out because a couple of cars around the racetrack, the 7 over here of Harmon, the Street Side Classic car, bit of an impact zone over there where he's sitting.
Yeah,
better safe than sorry, right?
He's not in a favorable place. No, he's not in a favorable place. So yeah, err on the side of caution. Tim Richter, our chief steward, does a great job of looking out for our safety, as that is his primary concern up there, is to call a safe race, and he does a great job at that. So yeah, we'll go full course caution here. If you're looking around, you might see like these purple lights flashing around these safety boards around the racetrack. That's called Code 60.
Yeah.
So Code 60 is it comes up on our Flagtronics on the dashboard, and it tells us if we're going too fast, it flashes slow 60 in that purple. So we're supposed to maintain 60 mile an hour. What that does, it gives the confidence of these safety crews to get out to these cars. And the real important part about that is if a driver is injured, if a driver has got something going on, a fire, whatever the case may be, these safety crew members can get out there with ultra confidence, knowing that the competitors are going at a nice, tame 60 mile an hour pace out there. So Flagtronics has been a wonderful addition to our series on the safety side of things. I think they've done a great job. I'm proud to boast what they do, honestly.
Yeah, it's one of those innovations that's been fantastic for racing.
It truly is. It truly is. And equally dangerous for the race car drivers as it is for the safety crew, because we've lost drivers in the past from making contact with safety vehicles. So yeah, it's just in the air of everyone's safety. Again, a great innovation. But yeah, that was not a good spot right there into the Cube 3S is not where you want to be laying dead in the water. So I'm sure he was on the radio like, can you go ahead and make sure the Trans Am's going to go and call this yellow here pretty soon, because when they're whizzing by you there and you know the speed people are carrying, and you know there's a reason those tire walls are there, and there's a reason those tire walls have a little bit of marks on them. They've been hit before.
Ben, the big story coming into the weekend was about the Toyotas and how they would perform. It's been a stellar show for them so far.
All right, I'm with Mike Brawyer here, down with Nitro Motorsports. Mike is with the leader, Thomas Annunziata, in that beautiful black Camry, but the Camrys have just been the class of the field. What's your driver saying on the radio?
Not a whole lot. We started on the pole. We've been able to get out front, control the race. He's been setting the pace the whole time, and we still got 10 more laps here left to run. So let's see if we can put both these Camrys P1 and P2 today.
So a late race restart in Cube 3 TA2 Series. Sometimes at Road Atlanta, that gets a little hairy. What are you going to tell him?
Just run his race, run his line, and focus on what's out front. Don't be worried about what's behind you.
Don't worry about what's coming up behind him. I like that. Back to you, gentlemen.
All right, so back here looking at the pace laps here at Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we're under 10 to go. So with under 10 to go, this is going to shape up to be a heck of a race. We only got 8 laps left, so this is going to be a shootout. And you mentioned Thomas Annunziata's restarts have been absolutely flawless, but if there was ever a time that you have to nail a restart as Thomas Annunziata, it's this one. And Tyler Gonzalez is thinking the same thing. Now, Tyler, who knows? He may have picked up on something. He may have picked up a sniff. What do you think, Ralph, from the first 2 he's witnessed?
I mean, he's obviously got an incredibly strong car, Gonzalez, because the gap between him to third has been significant throughout the course of the day. The challenge is the guy in front of you, right? And Annunziata so far has made no mistakes.
That's right.
And that's probably, not only has he executed the other things well, he's made no mistakes, which compounds the whole problem for the guy in second place.
No, that's no truer words have been spoken right there. But yeah, he's so. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. And that's the thing. Someone like Thomas Annunziata is a smart enough young racer too. He doesn't come to the restarts the same 2 times in a row.
Well, when he told me yesterday, I said, how are your chances going to be for tomorrow? And he said, I think I got a second place car, but we'll see. Well, and we are seeing.
There's a lot of hype and a lot of noise about the Toyotas, but remember, this is really controlled kind of spec racing. There's only 3 different chassis manufacturers out there. There are 4 different body choices that you can have, but the engine choice is all the same. The tire choice is all the same. You have to work within a budget for shocks, and you have to work within a budget for braking systems. So these cars are pretty evenly yoked. So I think, like we talked about, we can't take it away from these 2 drivers that are sitting in these Toyotas, because they've done a heck of a job. They've driven flawless races. And the cars that Nitro prepares, it speaks for themselves, considering that they got the top 4 positions right now.
No doubt about it. And the lights are off on the pace car.
Well, Tyler's not leaving anything there,
No,
is he?
he can't. He's got to try something different, right? The other stuff hasn't worked. So what can you do now? Ginetta pace car is off, waiting for them to come into view. Here they are, cresting the hill and heading down to 12. And Gonzalez is right on the back wing of Annunziata. Thomas is in the gas hard. Here they come to Mission Foods, turn number 1. Annunziata, first one there. Gonzalez hanging in behind him, tucking right up under the bumper. That's the best start Gonzalez has had all day.
Yes, he has. I'd say that he may have learned a thing or 2 from the first 2 and
he
was
sure
applying
did. He adjusted
right
what he was doing, didn't he?
That's right. And Julian DaCosta fired off pretty well right there as well. And then I tell you what Julian has to think about is that Sam Corey was coming before this caution came out. Now, I don't know if they were going to close that gap, but Sam had better pace than DaCosta before that caution came out. And Sam is going to be hungry for this podium. Not to say that DaCosta's not as well. So this is going to be a heck of a fight. And then you got Rafa Matos, the crafty veteran back there, possibly to pick up all the pieces and bring himself home a podium in that silver hair race.
If everything gets crazy in front of him, Rafa's in a great spot, right?
That's exactly right.
And here's one other thing, too, Adam, that I think about with these young drivers like Annunziata and Gonzalez running 1 and 2 here. These drivers are all fast-tracking through these ladder series with big things on the horizon in front of them. Their phone is ringing every day from the major manufacturers and the big sponsors and team owners. Hey, we want you to come over here. Hey, we want to pull you over here. But you got to beat the other guys every time you're in the car, right? Because if you don't, the other guy gets the extra phone call that you didn't get. The amount of pressure that Annunziata and Gonzalez and drivers like them, whether it's Brent Cruz or Zillage, is so difficult, so much weight on their shoulders to not make that mistake.
No, you're right, and I love it. For me, it's like they all get to know what it's like to grow up as an Andretti in this sport.
Yeah,
you weren't allowed to make it go because it's exactly what it is for them. You nailed it with that assessment. Absolutely nailed it. The pressure is on because, like you said, this flip-flops here over the next few laps. It's Tyler's phone that's ringing.
Oh, absolutely.
And not Thomas. And Thomas doesn't want that, and neither does Tyler. And so, yeah, it's incredibly competitive. And the fact that they can all stay underneath the same camp, share data, share information, and not have any kind of animosity, it says a lot about how that organization is.
And look, as much as mom and dad might try to take pressure off and all that, the kids know there's pressure because mom and dad have done everything to get them to this point. Who knows how many times mom and dad have maybe mortgaged the house and so forth and so on. The stories are endless that way, right?
Oh, absolutely. Those are the stories that make our sport so beautiful.
Yeah.
So here we got Barry Bowes going off here possibly. It seems he was our Pro-Am leader, and he has spun.
Man,
Caleb
Barry.
Bacon, without a better view, don't know exactly what happened there, but that is totally unfortunate.
So hard to get to that
Barry.
point.
That's gut-wrenching for Barry.
And we got another one off here at Mission Foods.
Yeah, it's 51 here stuck.
And caution is out.
Stuck in the gravel trap there. That is the 51 of Will Robinson. So Will Robinson, 2 weeks, two showings in a row out of the box here in this great series that he has not come out of it the way he did. Now, he almost got to the end here. We're only 5 laps to go, and that almost stings worse.
Hey, Mia's up to 15th.
That's incredible.
It really is, folks. If you're just tuning in, this young lady, just 18 years of age, first season in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series presented by Pirelli had one of the most vicious wrecks I've ever seen here at Road Atlanta. Not the worst, but one of.
That was bad.
And she has bounced back from that into a backup car. Tremendous effort by the Nitro crew to drive all the way to Charlotte, 8 hours, 4 hours each way, to get her a backup car, put her in that race machine here today, and she is delivering and making all that effort worthwhile.
An amazing job. I might tip my cap to her, and she's got a long future inside this sport.
All right, quick break here. We're going to come back for the finish from Road Atlanta. Stay with us live on Speed Sport 1.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back live here at Road Atlanta. Pace car is still out. Ginetta out front. We've had a few yellows here today, not as many as we had at Sebring.
No.
Sebring was a rough start to the season for everybody.
This is competitive racing, and the yellows breed yellows, so we've had a little bit of that happened. I believe the last yellow we had bred this yellow. We were well spread out and good clean racing, and then exhaustion sets in, slick conditions.
Yeah. So Jared Odrick is running second right now in Pro-Am, and we had an opportunity to hear from his car owner.
Yeah, I'm with my friend Troy here with TRB Autosport, the owner of TRB Autosport. But I want to talk a little bit about the Pro-Am. A great battle right now with his driver, Jared Odrick, and then Cope's driver, Keith Prochuk. So what's your driver, Jared, saying on the radio?
Well, Jared's been having a bit of a slow start out there today, but we found some speed. We get some of these longer green runs, but now we're stuck under caution again. I think we got a really good race car, and hopefully we can run Keith to the end here, get back to green. But we're pretty happy with the car we got. P2 is one better than last time, so we're pretty happy where we're at, but hopefully we can get to the top step today.
With somebody as competitive as Jared Odrick, is that like working with some of your top-notch drivers, or is it something a little bit different? What's he like on the radio?
Yeah, well, being a pro athlete, Jared's used to competition, used to a lot of bursts of energy, so he's pretty animated on the radio. He lets you know what he's thinking at all times, that's for sure, and right now he wants to be P1, so that's what we're going to try to accomplish yet today.
I love it. Well, let's see if Jared Odrick can get around the OG of Keith Prochuk in the Pro-Am. Stay tuned. Back up to you.
It is going to be a fun finish.
Yeah, and Jared Odrick has become one of my early favorites in this paddock. He's so much fun to be around. He brings that flair of being a professional athlete from a totally different world, the NFL, and he's brilliant to talk to. He's such an intelligent individual, and his outlook on the way he approaches his racing, and he's all in. This is not you may have him as a pro-am, listed as pro-am, but he's all in to do this full on and full out, and he is right behind Keith Prochek. You're right, pace car lights are out and they're coming down.
Last pro football player I remember racing in Trans Am, Sweetness, Walter Payton.
Walter Payton.
Here we go, Gonzalez right on the backside. Thomas as we come through 12. Annunziata with a great start again. Gonzalez was also off and racing hard right away, but he lost a little bit of ground, but gains it back up in Mission Foods turn number 1.
Yeah, they're going to head down here through the Cube 3S's. Right through they round around turn number 4 here. Seems like Thomas got a much better start here, a little bit more of a jump on Tyler Gonzalez here. They gains a little bit of a gap. Again, looking at that last podium spot battle as well as the speed battle, because that Sam Corey and Julian DaCosta, you got a couple of hungry youngsters there that are just wanting to bring home this full podium and be that last podium spot and make it an all-nitro podium. It looks like it's going to be an all-nitro podium no matter what, unless Rafa Matos has something to say for the team that he won the championship for last year.
Yeah, silver hair there. And we thought we were going to have 4 laps. Looks like we're going to have 3. It would be 2.5 now as they thunder down the back straightaway here.
Yeah, exactly. They came to there was 4 laps to go, and then they came in, clicked off the 3 to go right here. So, and then I see Adrian too. Adrian's tucked up right underneath the rear wing of
Matos.
Matos, yeah, and it looked like he wanted to take a little peek there in 10.817.
But Thomas Annunziata has not put a wheel wrong all day. Not that Tyler Gonzalez has.
No.
He hasn't either, but
they have both driven brilliant races. They have showcased not only their talents at the utmost level, but showcased what these nitro cars are made to do. And Nitro knew, Nick Tucker, the man at the helm there at Nitro. This is his team. No one spots talent like that guy. And he, like Chip Ganassi in IndyCar, we've always for years.
Keith Coons and midgets.
Keith Coons and midgets. You talk about these owners that just have an eye for talent.
Oh,
and there's the first thing I've seen
first mistake Gonzalez has done all day.
You can't say he's not fighting for this.
No, he's giving it everything he's got.
I tell you what I've been noticing is the hood caving in on that 10 car. Once it gets up to some speed, you'll notice the mobile on the hood. The hood is caving in, and I'm not noticing that.
A little contact between him
exactly. I'm not noticing that on Annunziata, and I don't know if maybe that's helping Annunziata go through the air a little bit better, because it doesn't seem like he can even tuck in the trap Gonzalez once they got to the back straightaway here. So that's something interesting to look at.
And when you're fighting this hard, you only need a mile an hour or so gap to make a huge difference.
That is all it takes. And it looks like Tristan got around Adrian Wachowski, and Tristan, it looks like he's going on the attack to Rafa Matos, the youngster.
Look at how dirty that car is, because he's had his issues today.
Yeah, right.
White flag is out.
White flag is out, and Annunziata's got a gap that he can manage. That he is not feeling pressure. They're calling him on the radio, telling him you got 5 car lengths between you and Tyler. He can even make a small mistake, and it's not going to be detrimental to him. Not that Thomas is going to make one. He's driven a flawless race. He's really put this car through the paces, and what a proud moment for him that he brings Toyota Gazoo Racing their first win in the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, arguably one of the most competitive series that you can see in all of motorsport. Do you see what I'm talking about with the hood?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, on the mobile there's, and you're not seeing that on Thomas's hood. So something interesting there to look at.
Debut weekend for the new Toyota body and Cube 3. Oh, Gonzalez slides big time coming out of 7. So debut weekend for the Toyota here in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli Competition. They grabbed the pole. They put both cars in the top 3 for the start. And now they're going to be the top 2 steps on the podium here with Annunziata and Gonzalez if they stay this way all the way to the checker. Through Mission Foods, turns 10A and B. Thomas Annunziata thought he had a second-place car, but he's going one more step on the podium as he wins here at Road Atlanta.
Way to go, buddy. And you got there Julian DaCosta. He finishes out that podium for Nitro Motorsports. Big shout out there to Sam Corey, pulled in 4th.
Oh, somebody dipping a wheel after the
Yeah,
checkers.
there were some desperate runs there. And then Keith Prochek. Look at our Pro-Am winner right there.
Yep.
Keith Prochek, Jared Odrick finishing second in the Pro-Am.
And Prochek ends up 11th overall.
Yeah, and Barry Bowes right there. Barry Bowes finishing third. So he gets to salvage his podium in the Pro-Am class. And then Mia, our girl Mia there, pulling it home P16 after a very challenging couple days. Way to go,
That's
young
a
lady.
win
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, right?
Absolutely. I mean, just mentally what she's going to recover from here is going to be great. And then we're going to go back out west into a comfort zone for her, and she's going to hit those racetracks. It's going to be good for her. So great job, Thomas Annunziata. Congratulations, Nitro Motorsports, and all the competitors in this great Q3 Architecture TA2 series. Well done.
And, thinking about Mia there, of course, she runs for Nitro.
Yes.
So, Nitro, what a day they've had, right? Half that crew is exhausted from having to work to get the backup car ready for her today, yet the other crews working on the top two finishers here today.
That's right.
It's going to be some worn-out crew members on the way home to Charlotte.
And I tell you, I want to give a shout-out to this team I haven't mentioned, and they are the Pro-Am winners with Keith Prochuk, but this Mike Cope Racing, and Mike Cope Racing needed that win today.
Yeah.
They've had a really, really rough weekend. Their national driver, Thomas Merrill, they had to park that car this weekend. They did not have the equipment to run this weekend with him. It's a long story that I don't have time to state, but shout out to Mike Cope Racing. I know that they're going to be ultra motivated to get out to that West Coast.
Oh, yeah. Mike always puts together a great program.
They're coming down here to go start their victory celebration, get out into victory lane, and see the emotion of these drivers, because I imagine Thomas is going to be showing it. He
should be. That was a hard-fought victory. I mean, it looked like if you just looked at the box score, you'd think, oh, he cruised. He led every lap.
Yeah.
No. Tyler Gonzalez was on him from the drop of the original green flag and did not give him a moment's rest.
What do they say, keep you honest?
He sure did.
And I tell you, as we get out of the top 10 here, Keith Prochuk and Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes, that is your podium for the Pro-Am. Dominic Starkweather, he's new to our series as well, coming in, getting a good P14 out of it. Cale Phillips, Mia Lavelle, as we spoke about. Jim Gallagher will be our last finisher that was, I believe, without an issue or I know Will Robinson in P20 would have been the first one that would have retired, but out of the retirees. But nonetheless, all these names on the list here came here and they fought hard, and they didn't go home like they want to. Valentin especially, really heartbroken for him. His race really ended before it even started.
Yes.
So and I think he sets the record every week for being the one that travels the most. Being from Argentina. So Valentin, he's going to be ready also to get to California again. Another more of those hardships for the Mike Cope Racing Group, because he was a Mike Cope car.
All right, let's go down and hear from the drivers. Here's Ben.
Takes off his helmet, but how was it out there for him? Do you know?
Like I said, he didn't really say much on the radio the whole race. He was just out there in his zone, doing what he does best. They were bringing home, so.
I love it. Gives a hug to his dad. So Thomas Annunziata, another win. What a great start to the season. Brand new car, and I know the first session out, all eyeballs were on you and Tyler, and I know that you had to work on this, and you had an off in like the first session, but now here you are back on the top step. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I'm just so proud to be part of this program. First win for Toyota ever, I believe, in TA2 history, which is so, so cool. Thank you, Toyota, as well, Nitro Motorsports, Michael Brellia, Ronnie Otto, Nick Tucker for giving me this opportunity. Tyler drove a great race. I don't know who finished third, but if it was Julian, congrats to him as well. Awesome. That's our first Nitro sweep on the podium, so that's really, really cool. Thank you to Chip Boys. And yeah, This sexy beast is in victory lane.
So how do you compare the GR Toyota with some of the other cars you've driven in TA2?
It's definitely better with the aero. I mean, it definitely helps a little bit, but it's not as big as a difference as everyone makes it out to seem, but it's definitely cool to look at, and it's awesome to get them in victory lane.
Thomas Annunziata, provisionally first place here at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Now we're coming to Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler was the class of the field just a few weeks ago at Sebring and broke late in the race, but now you're here, second place, and it looks like the Toyotas, these GRs, were just kind of working as a team today. How was it for you out there, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good run. Thomas drove a great race. Obviously, I think we've proven that these Toyotas are pretty quick. I didn't expect nothing less. I mean, we were first, second last weekend too, so it's nice to see that nothing's changed. Nitro Motorsports gave me a great car. Happy I could put this Mobile 1 Toyota Camry TA2 car up on the podium today, and yeah, we'll get him next time.
Nice. We'll get him next time, he says. We'll come around here then, talk to Julian DaCosta in third place. Great race for Julian DaCosta in the Mustang. It is provisionally right now a Nitro sweep, but Julian DaCosta with take 5, getting a congratulations, getting out of the car. It's a little bit dusty. How was it out there?
It was good. We ran a clean race. Nitro sweep is pretty cool. So I think we needed a little more. Overall, you know, it was a fun race, and we drove a good race. Everybody did a great job. So.
Anybody you want to thank?
Everybody. My parents, Take 5, Austin Hatcher, everybody that makes this happen. Nitro Motorsports gave me a good car all weekend, so I have nothing to complain about.
Nice. Nothing to complain about. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? That's our first, second, and third in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 National. Now let's go to the Pro-Am. Keith Prochuk, HP Tuners, first in Pro-Am. That's got to feel good. How was it out there?
Yeah, we crossed the line first again, and I think there's no penalties for that one. So, yeah, it feels good. Barry and I had a fantastic race. Passed me mid-race. I made a mistake. He made a mistake. I couldn't capitalize, but then he got taken out, and I took back the lead. But, yeah, it was a fantastic race, driving hard, pretty hot out there. But, yeah, it was nice. A lot of green flags, a lot of green laps compared to Sebring for sure.
The Pro-Am racing, though, it always, near the end of the race, you guys seem to find each other on the track, and you had Jared Odrick right behind you the whole time.
Yeah, well, I think we almost went 3 wide into 1 with Jared there trying to make a move on the outside. And, I mean, he's aggressive. So I knew I basically had to keep it clean but try to get away from him. But, yeah, that was a bit scary there. But, yeah, it was a fantastic battle for the whole race in the Pro-Am field for sure.
Nice. I love this new Pro-Am. Speaking of Jared Odrick, here he is.
Hey, well, let's make it real spicy. I mean, if things are aggressive, then we can talk about the things that all led up to this race. There's a lot of aggressiveness here in this series. So if we're going to be aggressive, that's exactly why we're here, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So thank you very much to the Trans Am Series. Thank you to my competitors, Keith Prochuk and Barry Bowes. It was hard fought, but, I mean, I wasn't even close to you at all, Prochuk. So if you want to start to lay a narrative down, you can do that, but not on my clock.
Well, hold on now, Jared. Are you, speaking of aggressive, are you used to being aggressive?
Yes, I'm used to being aggressive, but this is my therapy. Everybody knows that, right? I'm calming down doing this thing. I can't drive like I played. So if people want to keep that, you know, narrative going about me so they have an opportunity to call penalty points at the end of the race, you know, and, you know, hobnob it at the end, well, then go ahead and do that, but I'm coming.
I'm coming. And Jared Odrick's not really one in the field that I would want to mess with either. And then come to Barry Bowes, last year's Pro-Am champ, out here trying to defend. You and Keith had a great battle, but then what happened to you?
Well, we got so Keith got taken out by Bacon, and so he dropped a little behind me for a while because I was right behind him and I just didn't have anything for him, right? And so then I got by him when he got taken out. And then we had a restart, and he was right behind me. We're all going good again. Then I got taken out by Bacon, and then the field got by me. And then I just tried to work my way back up and salvage as many points as I possibly could and make the best of my day.
I love it. Just from up the road in Chattanooga, but you, judging by your face, you experienced some of that Georgia red clay.
Yeah, I did. But, you know, we came around after about the 5th lap, and there was so much, right? I mean, you know, I couldn't see for maybe 6 seconds anything in front of me, right? And then I couldn't see very well out of the front of the car after I got through it. But yeah, this was a dirty race. It's fun, and you know, we all got dirty. You know, Jared said this is his therapy. You know, and you know, a lot of people say, you know, you must love adrenaline. You're a race car driver. When I get in that car, it's the most calming thing I can do. all you can do is do your best in thinking about driving the car. Adrenaline will slow you down. And so, I completely relate to that.
And being a business owner with such a company like Accio Data, I'm sure you've got all kinds of things in your head, and you just want to clear that when you get behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very introverted, but I've got to be a people person, right? I've got customers, I've got partners that I've got to talk to all the time. And my social battery gets reset. When I get in this car, reset my social battery, right? And then I can be the extrovert that I need to be to do my job for another few days, and then I just wait for the next race weekend.
Which is usually every weekend for Barry Bowes. Well, Ralph, Adam, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, and then we're going to have a winner circle celebration down here.
Highlight reel here as we look at Thomas Nunziata, who's off to an early lead, who will not relinquish. Got a little bit of off-road excursions, a little bit of sideways action there for Boris Jr. Got in the back of Mike Skeen. Mike Skeen was able to recover and bring that number 2 Guthrie's Garage Chevrolet Camaro home in a top 10 position. Adrian Vlastowski, he was around a lot of action today, watching Sam Corey put a absolute move on the veteran of Rafa Matos. Big off-road run here for Starkweather. Starkweather got himself a nice off-road excursion there. No worse for the wear. As we look on board here, another on board Adrian Vlastowski, as we see Matt Gray spun out and Rafa Matos misses him by just the hair of his chinny chin.
And there's
Tristan McKee having another little off of turn 12. Turn 12, trouble spot
all
weekend.
All weekend.
I mean, even when you and I were here watching the Formula races just before this one went off, we saw the closest call that we'd ever care to see.
Yeah.
Watching Caleb Bacon get a move here in Keith Prochek. Prochek gets a little dip on the right front tire in the dirt, and that causes a lockup. Allows Barry Bowes to go by for the lead. That was short-lived, as Barry would have an issue. And end up P3 in the Pro-Am, but the podium being taken over by Keith Prochuk on that Pro-Am podium.
And it's great to have Rick Humphrey, president here of Road Atlanta, just stopping by our booth to say hi, commenting on our broadcast, how much he enjoyed it, and especially our track map.
Yeah, the track map was cool. I mean, that was exciting stuff. And for me, thank you to Speed Sport 1 for having me up here. Thank you, Ralph Shaheen.
Pleasure to have you up here, Adam.
I'm going to tell you, I've already gushed to you a little bit, but I mean, you've been in my living room. I mean, I'm a huge fan of all the stuff that you've called. You're a favorite of ours and our family, and so blessed to have you here in our series calling our races.
Well, thank you, brother. You and I have talked about how much the Andretti's mean to me as a race fan as a kid, starting with my first race ever in your Uncle Mario. And we are going to go now down to Ben, who's got the podium ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who wants a Cube 3 Architecture Cube? Let's get loud, Atlanta. The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series here at Road Atlanta. We absolutely love coming here. This place always provides for some very good racing. But, man, Atlanta, if you want some free stuff thrown at you, you're going to have to be a lot louder than that, especially when we bring up the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am podium. So we're going to start just from up the road, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Last year's Pro-Am champion with Accio Data Team SLR in the Chevrolet Camaro. Let's hear it for Barry Bowes, third place. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Pro-Am. We have the CEO and founder of Cube 3 Architecture, Nick Middleton, right here. Best sponsor in motorsports, giving away some trophies. We're going to talk to him here in a little bit. In second place, Pro-Am. Let's hear it. The 00 black underwear. Let's hear it for Jared Odrick. TRB Autosports, Cube 3 Architectures, Jared Odrick. Jared, nice job. In first place, and he and Barry and Jared went at it all year last year, all the way from Chicago, driving this HP Tuners Atlanta. I need you to get loud. First place, Keith Prochuk. With Mike Cope Race Cars. Come on, Cope, guys. Let's hear you. Come on now. Yeah, there we go. Well, Nick Middleton, wait, hold on. I'll come up here. Nick Middleton, sponsor of Cube 3, the CEO, the owner, the founder of Cube 3, sponsor of the TA2 series. That was a good race out there for Road Atlanta.
That was a great race. But first of all, thank you for all the fans, all of the teams here, all of the engineers. We couldn't do that without all the support from all of you and all the TA2 staff. What a great event everybody puts on. But congratulations to the winners today. That was a well-fought race. Beautiful weather conditions. Can't look forward for some great racing on the West Coast with Sonoma and Laguna in the next month. So congratulations to everybody.
Nice. How about that? How about a big round of applause to Nick Middleton and everybody at Cube 3 for this great series. Now we come to Pro-Am. Barry Bowes, you're having a good start for the Pro-Am season. You're defending your championship title, but these two just seem to keep getting faster and faster. How was it?
It was a fantastic, fun race. You're absolutely right. I've watched Jared work. He works harder than anyone I've ever seen. And Keith Prochik, he I think last season he maybe did a little bit of a mental reset and said, like, I got to give it 100%. And he's out there giving it 100%. And we're very evenly matched. It's super fun to race with him. And, I couldn't be beat by a nicer guy.
Couldn't he be a nice guy? I like that. I haven't heard that one before. You always have the good speeches, Barry. Jared Odrick out there, second in Pro-Am. Good start to the season. New team. How was your race?
It was good. We were able to get this car pointed in the right direction. We came here and did some testing. Obviously did some SCCA stuff before coming here, and it was all good. Working with Troy and TRB has been a blessing. I'm really excited to work with them. They do a lot of things the right way, and they want to continue doing so. And, he really leads this whole team with his demeanor and the way he communicates with everybody in the paddock. So I'm excited to be underneath his tutelage. And then Crystal, my fiance, has been awesome. She rubs my neck every night. I can't go to sleep unless she does it. And then Evan Slater's been awesome. Mike Skeen has been great. And everybody over at SLR giving me this fast car. Thank you.
Nice. How about that? Jared Odrick, ladies and gentlemen. And then Keith Prochuk, top step. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. All three of us have been fast all weekend long, so I knew it would be between three of us. And then Barry just got me in qualifying by 2/10. But on the start, I think he just kind of got held up, so I got him on lap one. But it was a hard race, all race long. And then, great racing with Jared. Real clean, real hard. Really appreciate it. Same thing with you, Barry. Thanks, Safety Tuners. Thanks, Mike Cope, Travis Cope, Thomas Merrill. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate it. And, hope we can keep this up. And, thanks, Trans Am, and thanks to all the officials and safety workers that keep us safe out there.
Nice. All right, Atlanta. A little disappointed. I thought this was a rock and roll town. We're going to need to get a little bit louder. Hold those trophies up. Come on, Atlanta. Let's hear it. Barry Bowes, Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am. Now we've got some hats. Now, the louder you are, the better chance of getting a hat from these drivers. And they can throw these cubes out there pretty far, too. But they're only going to throw them to the loud party people. We need some loud party people. So, Atlanta. I think they switched Barry and Jared's hat. Come on now, get loud. Barry Bowes, Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk. All right, let's see who's got the arm. Here we go. Who wants a stress cube? Oh, nice. Oh, that's a good throw. Oh, she bobbled it. Must play for the Braves. All right, now we have a new hat to come out. Atlanta, I'm liking this, though. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings too much. I'm sorry. Now we've got the Pirelli hats. All right, Atlanta, last chance with this Pro-Am to get loud. Come on now, let's hear it. Barry Bowes, Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk. Yeah, see? I don't know what's going on over here, but I like it. Keep it up over here. See, you guys worked for that hat. That's not a free hat. You worked for that hat. You had to be loud. Oh, there we go. That's not cool. Oh, man, I think I sat in some champagne. Barry Bowes, Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, nice job, guys. The Pro-Am interviews out of the car are always so much better than the National Series. They tell it like it is. I like that. We're going to go Cube 3 Architecture, TA2 Series National, Atlanta. Don't disappoint me. We got to get loud. In third place, I believe his first time on the podium with us. Is that true, Jessica? Julian DaCosta, first time on the podium in TA2. Let's hear it. Julian DaCosta, Nitro Motorsports, and Take 5 oil change. Hey, Nick, thanks for that PR work. Ladies and gentlemen, second place. He was leading most of the race just a couple weeks ago at Sebring until the last couple laps. Brand new Toyota Camry, this Mobile One Toyota Camry. Unbelievable. He got second place here last year at Road Atlanta. Let's hear it. Second place, Tyler Gonzalez, Nitro Motorsports, Mobile One, Cube 3 Architecture. He won at Sebring. They changed cars to this Toyota Camry. He struggled with it the first session. Nitro made him wipe it down after that. It looks amazing. In first place, let's hear it. Nitro Motorsports, Thomas Annunziata, GR, Toyota Camry, Chippeways. And we need a broom because this is a Nitro Motorsports podium sweep. Is this your first podium sweep? The first podium sweep for Nitro Motorsports, ladies and gentlemen, at Cube 3 Architecture, TA2. Well, hold on, don't get ahead of ourselves. You want to do that? Oh, we can go ahead and do that. Sorry, we'll take care of that. Is that cool, Chris? You got it? Hold those up. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, actually 1, 2, 3, 4. I like it. I like being heckled by corrections. Julian DaCosta, how was it for you out there?
It was a great race. Nitro Motorsports did a great job this weekend with giving me a good car. Car handled great, and all weekend gave me a good car. Can't complain about anything. Just want to thank everybody that makes this happen. Nitro Motorsports, Cube 3, Trans Am, everybody that supports me, my family, friends at home. I can't thank you guys enough. That's about it.
Nice. How about that? Julian DaCosta, third place here. Man, Tyler Gonzalez, you are just so fast in anything that you come out here with. Second place last year, second place this year. You must really like Road Atlanta. How was your race out there?
I was pretty good. I just can't thank the fans of Road Atlanta enough. Nitro Motorsports gave me a great car, that's for sure. These Toyota bodies are nice and fast, so that helped a lot. If you don't have one, you should definitely get one. My Mobile One TA2 Camry was absolutely on rails, but Thomas just had us beat today. That's all there is to it, and congrats to him. Congrats to Nitro Motorsports on their first ever podium sweep.
Nice. Unbelievable. Podium sweep +1, I guess, right? Yeah, all right. Thomas, take the mic, and how was your race out there?
Yeah, the race was good from start to finish. I was a little worried there in the beginning. I didn't have the greatest short run.
All right, well, podium celebration is wrapping up, and Adam, that means it's just about time to turn you loose. However, got to hear, we're going to Sonoma, West Coast Swing, Sonoma Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, back-to-back. You're the points leader in Trans Am. What are you thinking?
Another two great tracks, right? I love both of them. There's not a track on the schedule I don't absolutely adore. I'm a lot like my dad and my Uncle Mario in that aspect. You ask my Uncle Mario, what's your favorite track? All of them. I do love all of them. So Sonoma, though, another one of those blind. A lot of commitment needs to happen at Sonoma. Me, as far as points racing, we're going to keep our heads down and do what we're doing. We're pushing hard to find more speed. We're still developing that BR1 chassis over at Burton Racing, and so we look like we're about if you're looking at a timeline, we're like a year behind everyone else on developing a new car, and we're right there with them. So we're excited about where we're headed with that, and excited for this West Coast string, and excited for you Trans Am fans for tuning in.
Yeah, as you think of those two racetracks and your car, how it's currently running, where do you think you might have an advantage at those two circuits?
You know,
because they're different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things. I mean, one of our biggest advantages, I feel, one of the things we got going for us is ECR power. You know, our engines are really good. Having said that, those are not two big horsepower racetracks. So, but we have very good handling race car, and we have a very good long run race car. And Laguna is extremely low grip, and Sonoma doesn't exactly brag about its grip either. So with low grip tracks, I think our car really performs well. It likes that. So I'm looking forward to getting there and seeing what that BR1 chassis is going to do.
Okay, now out of what we've seen with the first 2 rounds of TA2, how do you think that series is going to perform out there, and do you give the edge to any one of the drivers?
Man, I give the edge to that Nitro Motorsports camp. They seem to be kind of unstoppable right now. And Thomas Annunziata, how could you not put your money on him? I mean, if Vegas was doing the numbers on him, you would go, he'd go off 1-to-1. You know, no, he's no risk at all. You know, you got a pretty good bet, pretty safe bet in him. But he's going to have a lot of work to do to shake off Tyler Gonzalez. I can assure you, probably Nitro's going to put more than 2 Camrys on track coming forward. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I can promise you Silverhair is not going to rest on their laurels.
No, nor Mike Cope.
And
or Scott Lagasse.
They're all going to come back super motivated with their talent that they have. You know, Lagasse, they were showing some speed there. Tristan was showing a lot of speed. Bring up the maturity level to keep the car on track the whole time, and that'll be a different result for him next time around. But every time these young drivers rack up 100 miles, and I've seen it through the years here in this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, throughout that time, they all learn from, the really good ones learn from those mistakes, and they don't make them again.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. They've got basically a month before now and the end of April when we have to show up at Sonoma Raceway in the wine country. It's going to be interesting to see how those teams that we just listed deal with getting all the cars prepared and getting all the way across country, and then keeping it all going as you have back-to-back races, right? It's going to be a challenge. Well, we're not done here just yet. One more commercial break for you, so stay with us. More coming your way live here on Speed Sport 1 from Road Atlanta.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
debut to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli here this weekend. And boy, what a debut it was for the Gazoo racing fans. Thomas Annunziata puts one of the Toyotas on the pole. Tyler Gonzalez starts third. And once the race went green, those two took off. They were never challenged by any of the other cars behind them. It was a battle the entire way between the two of them. And what a great looking car. And they all look great when they're in victory lane on the top step of the podium in our Jim Weed winter circles here. There's Annunziata's car, and when he was all done at the end of the day today, it was just as clean as it was there in the pictures. Now, Gonzalez's car is going to need a little work on the front nose, but all in all, that's number 10 is one of the quickest cars in the TA2 field. And Nitro Motorsports sweeps it, and they're going to be ready for when the series moves on to the wine country of Northern California and Sonoma Raceway for round number 3. My guess, there might be a few more Toyota Camrys by the time we get to Sonoma. Paul Menard is the reigning champion. He was the champ from last year, 2024. And we had an opportunity to sit down with Paul and talk a little bit about the TA2 category.
You see, we have TA1, then you have TA2, which is, you see a lot of young talent learning, either being a road racer and showing their skills to move to IMSA or NASCAR, or development drivers. Brent Cruz, for example, Connor Zilic, who's amazing, and Thomas Annunziata. A lot of young guys that have the talent to move up, and it's where they get their feet wet. I like to see TA1 kind of become the next step for them to, feel more powerful cars and a little edgier cars. The TA2 cars, you can slide around a lot. The TA1 cars are much less forgiving, more on edge. So I can see TA1 kind of becoming what TA2 is now, as far as the young guys getting big car experience.
Nothing like having the reigning champ giving a nod to the youngsters competing in the series right behind him, nipping at his heels, looking to get up into that big TA championship presented by Pirelli. And when you see drivers like Annunziata and Gonzalez and the rest, plenty of great talent in the pipeline here at Trans Am. Well, SVRA working their way through one of their many categories racing here this weekend. If you come to a Mission Food Speed Tour event, boy, you get a wide variety of racing. Of course, you get TA and TA2, and then you get all the SVRA categories, and get some of the FRP stuff as well, the open wheel categories. And it has been a spectacular weekend here racing-wise with Trans Am and Cube 3 Architecture TA2. We're going to be off the road for a couple of weeks with our Trans Am competitors, but we'll be rejoining round 3 of the Mission Food Speed Tour Series when we get to Sonoma Raceway in the wine country. We sure hope you can join us there. Thank you for watching all of our live coverage here today on Speed Sport 1. We will be with you all season long as the home for Trans Am and TA2. For Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long, everybody.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
The NOLA Speed Tour returns to NOLA Motorsports Park March 28th through the 30th, featuring the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association with SVRA, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Ligier JSF4, and the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lap. You do not want to miss the NOLA Speed Tour March 28th through the 30th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
My name's Paul Menard. Been around racing my whole life. I started when I was 8 years old in go-karts, Legends cars, late models. Got into the NASCAR National Series for quite a while, running trucks, mainly Xfinity and Cup cars. And a good friend of mine, Pancho Weaver, let me drive his Trans Am car a few years ago at Virginia International, and kind of got bit with the bug again. And Paul Gianlozzi called and we started talking, and we put together a full year last year, and here we are again this year. The history, it's the oldest road racing series in America, started in the late 60s, and a who's who of drivers and champions have come through the series and either made it their home or found success other places. The cars, keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun on asphalt. There's some dirt cars, and I used to ice race back in the day. Those cars are really fun too, but on asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven. 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and some cool aero effects and good looking cars, and some cool tracks, some really historic tracks throughout the country that I've never run at before, that I get the opportunity to race at now and check it off the list. I feel like there's a couple different tiers in the TA class. You have some guys that just want to come out and just drive really cool race cars in a competitive environment. And then the rest are hardcore racers, and Dyson and I and Andretti had a good battle last year. Dreesy was in the mix. Amy's always a threat for the podium. So there's some good racers, and this year it just stepped up. We got the same crew as last year, with Dyson, with Andretti, with Tommy, with Amy. Brent Cruz, who is he's an up and coming. I think he's 17 years old or something, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to be watching on Sundays for a long time when he gets old enough.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta, everybody. Ralph Shaheen and Andrew Heffring with you as we are getting ready for the Ginetta Challenge Series, North America. Andrew, I know this is something that is very, very, very near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, we spent a number of years building this series up. We imported the first cars back in 2021 and took pretty much all the way up until this time to get to where it was. We've started the series with Ginetta Challenge last year here with SVRA. Started with 10 cars here, and now we have 17 cars taking the green flag today. We're down 2 cars after an incident from yesterday, but that's part of racing. It happens.
Yeah.
And so now we're excited to have another good sprint race. We want a clean, long, full green running race.
That's it. For those that are tuning in for the first time seeing the Ginetta Challenge Series North America, tell us a little bit about the car.
So the car is a 2,700-pound purpose-built race car with a Ford V6 in it. It's about 300 horsepower. They don't have a lot of straight-line speed. We actually top out at 136 miles an hour, but we get there very quickly, and then we are able to maintain that through a lot of the corners, and then our braking ability is very strong. A lot of that is done to the low weight of the car, so you have a lot of momentum and the fantastic aerodynamics, especially on a fiberglass GT car. I'm excited to have Dave Clark back out there in this race. Unfortunately, he had to pull off yesterday on the pace lap because he had a mechanical issue. So they got it fixed overnight, and now he's going to actually get to join us for his first race.
Dave is in the 09 green, white, and orange Ginetta G56 GTA, as they all are. It's the official name of the cars. Just depends on which year you got.
Yep, just depends on what year. There is another model that's coming out later in the year, which is going to be the GTP8, which is essentially the same chassis, but with a little more horsepower and a different gearbox, but also ABS and traction control.
All right, here we go. Pace car is off, a Ginetta, of course. Down the hill we come through 12, looking for the green flag. And we're racing here at Road Atlanta. And it looks like Maxwell Waithman is going to jump out to the early lead in that red machine.
Looks like Will Ewell's trying to go down the inside. John Rudolph is cutting down, is now back up, still into second. Christian Shield going around the outside through turn 1, incredible. And Dave Lecco following him through. Fantastic start to the race for them.
Waithman leading him through the Cube 3 Architecture S's.
Then it's Rudolph, then it is Shield, Lecco, and then Ewald right behind. Dave Lecco is the vice champion from last year. He's looking for that first, the elusive first win. He is on a tear today. I know he wants it very badly. He can definitely take it to Max if he can get up there. It looks like he's already going for a pass around the outside into turn 6. Incredible. Side by side through turn 6. Well done, guys. Well done.
Outstanding job of racing hard but keeping it clean. Lecco's in that 89. Purple, blue, and green machine.
Dave Lecco actually has one of the 3.7 cars as well as one of the new cars. He decided to run his 3.7 here because it gives him a little bit more competitive edge, just due to the fact that everybody else is running a 3.7 this weekend as well. John Rudolph caught up a lot underneath the brakes. Well done. Very good on that.
Charging down the hill. Yeah, looks like that guy was just here for car race.
First green lap was completed, so that's always a great sign. Eric Hagenson has also moved up a position in front of David Menard. Jeremy Zumwalt's moved up a couple positions as well. He started 11th. He's already up to 8th. Well done.
Taking a look at this Ginetta challenge, they hope to bring several opinions to the challenge here.
You talk about the aerodynamics of the car. Tell me about the shaping of it and the men that worked on it.
So the gentleman over in the UK that helped develop this car originally from a G50 chassis to a G55, and now it's a G56. Oh, little lockup by Dave Lecco going into turn 7. He's going to get a good run coming down the back straight. I think he's definitely going to try to get him going into turn at the end of the back straight.
Well, he's not going to wait around. He's going for it right now.
He's like, no, I'm going to take this, and you're going to deal with it.
And he hasn't completed the pass yet. Yes, he has. Just got by him.
Goes to show you how good of a run he got coming onto the back straight. Dave Lecco has put a lot of hours into this chassis, along with his coach here, Easty, there out of Texas, and they've done a lot of it as quick as they can. He's going for a championship bid this year for sure.
So tell me again about the aerodynamics speed of that chassis first.
The aerodynamics are designed to be smooth through the air, but also give you a extreme amount of downforce. It is a flat bottom car with a diffuser. And so we actually, and with the way these cars are specs, we use all the aero from the bottom of the car, and the wings on it, we really trim out quite a bit, just because you don't need that much aerodynamic grip from the wing. And they redid the front bumper to allow better airflow, so it cuts a better hole through the air, so you actually have less drag now. John Rudolph is clearly pushing to stay up with Dave Lecco. Christian Shields right behind him now.
Christian's look at our top 4 there.
Christian's been one of our longtime racers, and that's Preston Peebles and Ralph Lindackers.
Yep, that's 10th is Peebles in the 69. Lindackers in the 08.
Ralph has been a longtime racer in BMWs, and he's decided to take this step into the series. He's a very successful racer, but he came into the series like, wow, the talent in here is quite high. Oh, he puts a wheel a little bit wide coming onto the back straight, but kept it clean. Corey Deeds right up on the back of Dave Menard. Dave Menard is actually in the Ginetta factory car. He was invited into the series just at the last minute. He was super excited to get out here. He's a longtime SCCA racer, but he hasn't been to the Atlanta. Remember, because he said almost 20 years.
Wow.
So he's getting up to pace, and he's basically he really just hops in the car just the weekend. Thursday was his first day ever driving it, and he's already being quite competitive.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. You had your CEO here this weekend from over in the UK as well, didn't you?
Yeah, Mike Simpson came over. He's the new CEO of Ginetta Global, and he has created a strong commitment to making the U.S. series grow, giving us the support that we need, and we're very thankful for that. These cars are legendary, in the UK and in Europe, where you have likes of someone like Sophia Flourish and even Lando Norris, coming out of the Ginetta Junior ranks, and I believe that we can create that series here with feeding young drivers too, like our champion from last year, Seth Henry. He had never been on a racetrack, a road course race. He came through the Ginetta Challenge Series, struggled for the first race or two, came back, and then once he got on a roll, he never lost a race after the first VIR round. And now, and he jumped up to Lamborghini Super Trofeo with IMSA, and they put it on the podium in their first weekend.
Ginetta obviously doesn't produce a ton of cars every year, but if I wanted to go racing, how quickly can I get one?
You can get a Ginetta within a couple of weeks. There are a few that are sitting in the factory at TMI Autotech in South Boston, Virginia, and then there's a couple used cars for sale right now as well. And it looks like Christian Schill maybe had a little bit of a moment because he lost a lot of ground to John Rudolph, and Will Ewald is now right up behind him again. But you can get one of these fairly quickly. There are a few used cars on the market. And if you are looking for a used car, they are available. But we always recommend, obviously I have to recommend getting a new car because, we love to have love to have new cars on the grid and create more and more growth in the series. But and so you can definitely get a new car very quickly. The new cars also have the best air conditioning system I've ever seen in a race car. So I do highly recommend it. It is amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
On an afternoon like today, you can use that too.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's definitely quite toasty today. I had to walk from our paddock all the way here, and I was sweating. It was very warm.
Waithman still out in front of Lecco, Rudolph, Shield, and Ewald, all in the top 5.
There's Mark Molson. He's completing his first ever race. That is actually that's the only car in the field right now that is right-hand drive. It's a British car.
Oh yeah, didn't see that at first.
So his big struggle for this weekend was getting used to driving on the wrong side of the car, as he says, and it takes a little bit of time. I've raced right-hand drive cars and left-hand drive cars, and you do get used to it. But those first few times are a little tough to get used to.
It would take a little bit of getting used to just to driving on the street.
I personally think it's easier to drive a right-hand drive car on the racetrack than it is on the street. Mark Molson is a driving instructor up at M1 Concourse near Detroit. There's a number of guys from there, including Dave Clark as well as Ralph Lindeckers, are all from the M1 Concourse up in Detroit.
Been there for their American Speed Festival.
Oh yeah,
great event.
Well, Ewald's trying to chase down Christian Shield. He's very close. But it looks like Shield just has enough on him to not be able to not be reeled in by Will.
Ewald's car is a good-looking car. I like that green.
His quote was, "I wanted to make it look like the best Aston Martin green we could find."
I was going to say it's close.
So it's the Aston Martin green, and then they use a gold to basically help bring out the green color in it. And he designed that himself. He's like, I want to have this on my car, and his dad was like, all right, well, you can do it, but I don't know how it's going to look, and it turned out beautiful.
Yeah, it's sharp.
That's Dave Clark, the guy that missed the race yesterday with Judy Mechanical, but now he's out there again. This is his first race as well. We have a lot of first-time racers in the series, and the good thing about the Ginetta paddock is that we're happy to help. It doesn't matter if you are, Max Waithman, who's Max Waithman, as he corrected me before I came here. Yeah. You're up at the top, or you are, David Clark, who's just getting into it. Everyone's happy to help you get your speed, help you get up, help to get up to pace, and it's a very friendly paddock, which is something that we've been promoting as well. Well, that's a great battle for a four-way battle with Eric Hagenson, Dave Maynard, Corey Deeds, and Steve Smith. That's the battle for the last paying points position. That's 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And here it's done the same as Formula One, only paying down to 10th.
Correct, yeah. Only the top 10 get points. But we do, and like Formula One now, we don't do the fastest lap. Jeremy Zumwald's making up some pace as well. He had a little bit of contact yesterday, and so his bumper got a little bit of damage, but they were able to fix it up, and now he's running really quick laps again. He was the winner of both races here last year, and he was, very quickly. He comes from dirt track racing. So he likes a car that's quite pointy that he can just basically stand on the nose and hold on for dear life.
So dirt late models?
He said open wheel dirt. I'm not 100% sure what that is.
Well, it could be sprint cars, midgets.
I believe it was sprint cars, but honestly, I'm not sure.
There's definitely a bit of a difference between a Ginetta GT and a sprint car of any kind.
What's interesting is he is not the only dirt racer to come into this. There have been a few dirt racers in the past, or at least oval racers as well. That that's where Seth Henry, your champion from last year, came in, because he was an oval racer. We have a couple of people. I thought looked like that was going to be go for a pass there. I mean, pretty intense place to go for a pass.
Not many places around here that aren't intense.
That is a very true statement. So Eric Hagenson was a long-time Specky 46 racer, and he said, "I want to move into a little more aggressive car. That's not quite, that's not a converted street car. You want to go to a purpose-built race car." And Corey Deeds followed him. They're a team together with 5.2 Motorsport, and they have really created a nice package for themselves to go out and have some fun.
As you look at these Ginettas coming at you, going by, and then pulling away, you see a lot of different design cues in the car from a wide variety of other makes. It's a very good-looking race car, and they seem to have pulled a lot of different neat design areas to make it such a sweet-looking car.
A lot of people think they are look like Vipers, like Dodge Vipers.
It's got a Viper look to it. It's got a bit of Corvette in it, in the nose. Even a little bit of Shelby Daytona Coupe on the back end.
Yeah, 100%. And that's part of what makes him so attractive to put a livery on it. That's Dave Lego, in the Machine Racing car. He is a real estate agent. Real estate. I'm going to call it tycoon. And he has a social media page that he helps teach people how to get into being a real estate owner and help young people grow and create their, wealth so that he can go racing.
Nice.
So definitely go check him out. It's David Lecco on Instagram.
All right.
That's Steve Smith in the 33. And no, that is not the Steve Smith from Journey, but he built his house.
Really?
Yeah, so Steve Smith helped
Steve
someone
Smith.
pulling into the pit lane. That's Mark Molson. I love seeing a right-hand drive car. I'm a little biased towards it. It was the first race car I ever won a championship was in a right-hand drive car, so they have a bit of a special place in my heart. Yeah, unfortunately, we just saw the car that pulled into the pit lane come down the pit lane. He has damage on the left. Yeah, so it looks like, unfortunately, Steve Smith has some damage on his left rear. I'm not sure where that came from, but hopefully he can get it fixed and be back with us at Indy.
That'll be the next time we see him.
Yep.
In June.
In June, yep. We're excited for it. We went there just a couple cars back in 2023, and the ambiance of being there it's the most surreal experience.
The aura is unbelievable.
I think it's up there with, there's really, I think, only 5 tracks in the world that give you that aura of like, whoa, I'm here. This is incredible.
It's definitely one.
Yeah, especially since there's only 3 ways to go to Indy. It's IMSA, IndyCar, and SVRA.
That's it. Oh. It's like somebody lost a piece of the back end of their car.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw off of Steve Smith's car. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure where that happened or how it happened, but hopefully we can find out, and hopefully there was no foul play involved.
Yeah. Getting all that 136 mile an hour top speed out of these things down this long back stretch section.
I don't know if you can notice, but Corey Deed's car has something a little special with it. He's the only car that has, he's the only car on the field that has headlights.
Oh.
So he added headlights to his car because he likes to have the turn signals, and so he can flash people if he wants to get by them. Corey is one of those gentlemen that loves to tinker and learn about the car. So he even, he's made skates with his cars. He's made tons of different tools that you can use, and he's offering to the Ginetta paddock. Not trying to make a ton of money off of them or anything like that, but it's this. He wants to make the experience better for everyone, just on his own time. And it's one of those. That's the kind of driver that we're getting in the series, and that's amazing.
That's really interesting.
Eric Hagenson in the 11 was the series organizer for Specky 46 for a number of years, and he's helped me learn how to help organize a series because, again, I'm relatively new to this, and so he's like, he's giving me tips. He's giving me, hey, how can we make this better? And everyone in the series wants to help the series grow, have more people, have a better race. That's they're all here to have fun, and they are happy to help people have fun. There goes Max up the hill. He is flying.
Yeah, he has been untouchable since this thing got underway. Just a couple laps left here today, and what will be our final race from the Mission Foods Speed Tour event here at Road Atlanta for 2025.
That's a very cool shot.
And our drone guys have been doing a good job all weekend actually.
That's a cool shot too, coming over the hill.
Gives you a real indication of how big the elevation changes are here.
Oh wow, so Christian Shield popped back up to John Rudolph. I wonder when that happened. Maybe he had a movement.
He's got a lot of speed too. He's thinking about making a bid here for another position.
This is for the podium as well. Trying to go around the outside through turn 6 into turn 7. He's going to go over under maybe. John Rudolph gives him enough space, perfect. Now it's all about that run down the back straight. If you get him, that's a great run. He
made it work.
Over under. It looks
Here
like
he comes, right alongside, and it looks like he's inching past, and he might drag Ewald with him.
Come on, Will. You don't have to give him that much space. Oh, he's moving over, and now he's back into it.
They got off in the dirt there, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Looks like maybe someone got pushed into the dirt. Almost three wide down into the back straight.
Boy, that was some hard racing there. Oh, and under braking going into Mission Foods turns 10A and B. Boy, Rudolph just went for it and straight lines the corner.
Looks like going to have a nice, strong run coming down into turn 1 because he's definitely off pace. Here they come through.
Well, he's going to move over here. I think he knows that was a little bit more than he could get away with.
Yeah, that would definitely have resulted in a penalty. But because he gave the distance back, he should not get any penalty for it.
Right. Here's our race leader, Max Waithman. Working his final lap here.
And just in that shot, you saw Philip Keens again. This is his second race of the weekend. Oh my gosh! Look, it looks like it's going three wide down into turn 6 again. Well, Ewald definitely wants to get back up on the podium. He's had a great race weekend so far. Again, his first weekend.
Final trip down the back stretch and into Mission Foods turn 10A and B. Max Waithman. Crests the hill, comes into view to everybody in the paddock area, and the checkered flag awaits as he wins the Ginetta Challenge North America Sprint Race number 2 here in our Mission Foods Speed Tour event at Road Atlanta.
Dave Lecco comes home in second after a great recovery drive. Starting a little bit farther back in the field, just goes to just his pace. And it's Christian Shield and Will Ewald dead across the line, just behind. Fantastic move right at the end.
Here's the 16 Maynard and Deeds battling for spots inside the top 10. This is for 8th. Down the hill, Sumwalt's across. Hagenson's going to get 7th. Maynard's going to hold on for 8th, and Deeds will take 9th.
Great race by Max Waithman. Incredible.
Yeah, he put it all together, didn't he?
Never really put a foot wrong, and that's all you can ask for.
There's
Ooh,
Peebles
in the dirt on the end.
taking 10th, Allen and Arms. Arms is the one tipping off into the dirt there.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't get to say much about Darrell Allen, but he is actually our 2023 Ginetta Challenge champion before we came to SVRA. So he's, you know, he knows his way around the Ginetta very well. That's Ralph Lindackers.
Yeah, he was 13th today.
Good drive. I mean, kept it home, you know, brought it home clean. Had a good race, and that's really all you can ask for. Preston Peebles there in the 69. He's here with his wonderful wife.
All right. Well, that is going to conclude our coverage here today. Andrew Heffering, thanks for stopping by and putting on a great show for us. The Ginetta Challenge Series, North America. If folks want to learn more about it, where do they go?
You can go to Ginetta Challenge at Ginetta.com. Or you can always just look it up on Instagram with Ginetta NA as well, and then you can reach out to any of the teams, Guys in Autosport, 5.2 Motorsports. We're all here to help you out, so just give us a shout.
Well, the Speed Tour is moving on. We'll have the full-fledged grouping at the end of April out in Sonoma Raceway, but next week we're going to be at NOLA, so make sure you tune in next weekend as we get all the action underway with the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and FRP and all the other good stuff that we're going to bring to the New Orleans area. We'll see you from there. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long, everybody, from Road Atlanta.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
The NOLA Speed SpeedTour returns to NOLA Motorsports Park March 28th through the 30th, featuring the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association with SVRA, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Ligier JSF4, and the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lap. You do not want to miss the NOLA SpeedTour March 28th through the 30th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Bad luck yesterday. I had to start P5 and finish P2 today. And I couldn't do it without my coach, Derek Easy, my mechanic, Susan Pfeiffer. Thanks to my girlfriend, Lonan, for coming out. And Kaizen Autosport and Ginetta North America and SVRA and Michelin Road Atlanta Speedway.
Well done. Well done. Excellent. I always love how you capture everybody's sports, everybody's sponsored. Thank you so much. And Maxwell, I'm looking at it here. I took this picture at the end. You had an 11-second lead at the end. 11 seconds and a bit pretty much same cars out here. That's a driver. Let's hear it for him right there. What'd you like to say after that double podium win for the weekend?
Again, I'm always nervous at the start, but the second I get in that car, that outlap, all my worries, all my fears and angers, they all go out the window, and I'm just ready to drive. All these competitive people. I love hard, clean racing, but maybe I'll dial it back a bit so we can have some nice battles going on. But
Never dial it back, baby. Go, keep that foot to the floor. Right, everybody? All right. Let's get a photo up here quick. And Andrew, I'm going to ask you to come up and bring our trophies up here. We'd like to thank, hang on a second, I'm going to remember it. It's at the end. Ginetta USA for providing these fantastic trophies for us, and we're bringing Drew Heffering up here. And Drew and Peter was going to help us out to deliver them. Please help us with the trophies. These are pretty special. We got some special hats here for you as well with this challenge. And again, this is going to be round 2 of, Peter, help me, how many rounds are we doing this year? We're doing 5 rounds this year. Okay. So got some really sweet trophies here. Those are going to look good on your mantles, on your man caves, whatever they end up in your garage, wherever they end up. We've got P2 here. Again, let's thank Christian Shield, P3, David Letko, P2, and Maxwell Wathan, P1, in the Ginetta Challenge. Rock and roll. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a safe trip wherever you're going, and hopefully we'll see you at our next event.